Hey,
Your
Bryan,
Uncle Tom, you on the plantation in the crib, chilling, got everything, all the good food, and then go back out and rat out the other slaves. I mean, we're all slaves, bro. You know what I mean?
no, say what you really think. Say what you really think.
I do. Listen. You're
I know. I can spot an op.
A nice hat. You can spot a nice gay hat. Sorry,
I can spot an op a mile away. I knew you was an op when I seen you down there, right?
No, you.
And so here's the thing. This is what I found about poor whites. Poor white people think that they can blend in.
So isn't every ghetto filled with poor black people? Who the fuck are you trying to? You're gonna attack the poor community? Isn't that the majority of your audience, dummy?
Poor white people think that they can blend in with black people by pacifying, and then once you realize that I realized that you were an op. Listen, fam, your entire.
I'm more black than you. You got blackface on.
I got blackface.
I stand for more shit than you.
I know.
You're basically a white person. What's
you
between you and a rich white person? Nothing.
I agree.
More harder than you.
I agree. Me and other rich white people are hard on poor white people.
Okay.
So you are
he doesn't get it. You went in there trying to be O'Shea went in there trying to be blackety black to relate to Anton, and Anton's like, bro, he's the same thing I'd say. Bro, I don't support gang banging and criminal activity, and I support free trade between consenting adults, but he don't even do that, Anton. But I'm not gonna try to put on and be blackety black the way that the TV and media has shown you that every black person has to be a gangster and a thug and a street person and a lowlife, and sort of talk in a way that reveals them to be, less than literate, I guess you could say. Now, there's an energy that I'll go into when I get into it with somebody, that kind of that cultural thing, that experience, being around those people, right? It just kind of, it's in you. It's just part of you in a way, right? And it's not even a black thing, it's just I don't know what you would call it. I guess a peasant culture thing, right? Irish, Italians, black folks. We're basically historically poor peasant people who do street activity. So yeah, when we get kind of riled up, there's that thing that comes out of us where we start dropping letters off the end of words and talking like a street person, I guess the best way you could put it. So everybody's got that in them who's from that genetically on some level, or lived around it, or both, I guess you could say. And just like I guess you could say every kind of, even the street people, and they'll make a joke, every black person can speak two languages. They have their blackety black street vernacular, and then they have their at the table with their grandmother sort of presentment. But this was kind of bizarre.
Ebonics,
yeah, the Ebonics, right? So this guy kind of, and I never really did that, right? There's certain ways to communicate certain ideas. Usually the only time you're talking in Ebonics, in a way, is when you're trying to shorten the idea of the conversation, or you're just trying to elude some kind of corruption, right? Or prosecution. So if you were on the street doing street activity, you might refer to certain things as certain things, so it's not known what you're talking about. But I was never somebody who went around, no cap, bro. Like all this other shit. Like I've never been that guy. As a young person at school, I never used dead ass, bro. I never used any of these fucking expressions. I was just always kind of like this, from what I perceive, right? I never really did the whole blonde hair, earring, Eminem deal either. I never did none of it. I just kind of was me. And then there's that other part of me that's kind of formed by the world and the people I've lived around and lived with. And I'm not necessarily proud of it, but I'm not down on it either. It's kind of what makes me me. So like in the world, right? It's part of my personality, the persona, that sort of, if there is a mask, it's not a false self. It's just a self aspect of self cultivated with certain people, certain time, with certain culture. So, again, I almost like it now. Like I like the idea that I'm from New York and I have a certain way of talking that people know, that I'm from there, and they make certain projections and assumptions, and it could be good for me because they stay the fuck away from me and they're scared of me, or it could be interesting, right? Where they stay the fuck away from me and they're scared of me and think I'm going to do something. And the more we get to talking, they go, "Wow, you're nothing like what I thought you would be." And I go, "Yeah, I like that too. I like when people perceive me as some dumb chimpanzee from the East Coast who's going to be a street person and violent, and then they find out that there's a whole other side to me that is more powerful and important, not necessarily put out on Front Street, as they say."
Yeah, I like
but
that.
is available. Go ahead, sir. How are you, Niall Roman?
No, I was just saying, yeah, I like that too.
Doing good.
Yeah, and I guess sort of the idea that is, and again, I'm not saying that I even walk around like that, but it sort of creates, a light and dark aspect to self, where when people see you or when you walk around, you sort of command respect. I don't try to do that. It just sort of becomes who and what you are, because, certain areas with certain cultures, you can't walk around looking like somebody who's a victim. So you either just naturally, or you learn to, in a way, indirectly, to carry yourself in a way where most people say, yeah, just leave that guy alone, because if not, the consequence to that is, if they're looking at you and they're not going to think to themselves pretty immediately, leave that guy alone. They're going to say, well, what has he got? What can we get to him for? Right? Is he soft? Is he weak? Is he unable to discern? So, yeah, I think that, the key is to carry yourself in a stoic way, as Anton said, where you're secure in yourself, centered and balanced. You're empowered and inspired and inspiring. You're not weak, but you're not trying to be tough and gangster, if that makes sense. Just know who and what you are and what you're not. I think Niles kind of has that sort of countenance about him, where he's got a professional sort of corporate look, but there's an energy behind it where, there's other guys to go fuck with and play with when he's in a certain centered and grounded state. When he's not being jovial and entertaining, I'm sure that he generally gets respect, or people just stay away from him.
It's what I see here with Bryan is just a false persona, and so when you have that false persona, most people can see through it pretty quickly. That's something where I had to learn. I grew up in Central Georgia, so I was around black folks all the time. Most of my friends were black, and if that was something I put on, it was just because I was around folks like that most of the time. But it was something I had to you have to reconcile with yourself that that's not really you. So I don't change how I my dictation of words and things like that to try and be accepted. So that's why you'll hear imitations and different things like that, because I understand the persona. I think it's funny sometimes, but it's not the way I live. It's not how I act, so it's not me.
Right. And I mean, again, there's the inner N word in everybody, which is just the ultimate animal body, where you want to get in the ring with me and compete. Let's do it. And I've never been somebody who is necessarily completely comfortable with that. I'm not going to front, as they say. I don't like confrontation and getting into it, but I've had to learn, whether it's through this venue or at court or the world, that you don't get an option to feel any kind of way about controversy. People are going to bring shit to you and your table, and you got to fucking deal with it one way or the other. So you better default to a loving, honorable, caring position where you hold fast to the truth. And then if not, you're going to have to back that up with something, some kind of response-able, action-able presentment that you stand on. Again, I've said it many times. It's easy to imagine. I'm sure I wouldn't like it. But where I'm at right now, if a slave did just the right thing to me in the right situation, I'm just going to leave him there. And I'm going to feel bad about it later, but that's what it is. I'm not playing with nobody, especially in this venue. And I've seen enough to know the majority of people are sick. Okay, so I'm not going to sit there and let anybody do nothing to me. I'm going to talk you down and tell you, bro, I've done it before in the world. People rolling up on me. I say, listen, let's not do this. Neither of us want it. Let's just go about our day, because we're both going to be sorry for it. Someone's going to die and someone's going to go to prison. It's just the way it is. That's the way I live like that. I don't roll around with people. I don't bug up to people. I don't care if it's the smallest guy around. If I go to bucking up to someone, better be ready to die or go to prison that day. And that's just how I live, fucking with men. I don't know what world you all live in where you're going to fuck around with men and play these games and not die or go to prison. It's just not my world. You know, and I'm glad that it's not, because, again, an armed society, a careful society is a polite society. You don't develop care unless there's consequences. There's no reason to care, right? That's why these folks are so careless. They haven't had certain consequences in their life. Once you've seen the real deal and certain consequences, you develop more care, or else you continue to suffer. And I ain't buying it. I ain't buying all you tough guys that are so careless on the metaverse conduct yourself like that day to day, because if you did, you already be fucking dead or in a box, crying and whining.
Do you mind if I interrupt?
No. Go ahead, sir.
That's why I made the comment I made earlier about the chat, quote unquote. The chat is for those who have a weakness of public character. You lack the demeanor, the ability to speak clearly and convey an idea in a way that people want to listen to it. So you can type, delete, type again, delete it again. Oh, how can I make this funnier? Okay, I'm going to say Paul's an ass. And they type it out again, and then they present it, because that's the only way they can present it. You can only get better at this if you actually come up here and work through your weakness and make it a strength. You know, nobody starts out good as a public speaker. I had to do 12 and a half years of different sales jobs to get good at conveying an idea very rapidly and then adapting.
Hey, let's now go to the next level, Niall Roman. You got 12 years in the field. If I fucking drop a stream on you with 100 people and go ahead, Niall Roman, do something with it. How many times you think you could do that over and over, 2-4 hours at a time, even with people next to you most of the time, a lot of the time, are dead weight? And then I say, hey, bro, do you realize there's so much potential and content here, no matter who you are, if you just fucking crack yourself open and pour it out in front of everybody? And they won't do it. I go, that's why you ain't got what it takes. I'll crack myself open and pour myself out in front of everybody. If I detect that the stream's going down, I ain't got nothing to talk about, I got two options. I could run, or I crack myself open and pour myself out in front of the world. They ain't got that.
That's why I said before that I can't do what you can do. I can support you, and I can convey an idea and jump off, or give you some jump off points to work with, an outline to work with. But I'm not going to pretend like Talcott pretends that, I have the secret information, and if you only listen to my words, and then finally, but he never drops the knowledge. There is no knowledge to drop. So it's always you're getting to the point, but you never get to the point. It's all like a traffic circle where you never exit. You know, it just go around.
Because again, I've said it many times. The knowledge, if knowledge is power, then the truest power is self-knowledge. And most of these folks don't have self-awareness and self-knowledge to a point of any type of completion, where somebody could look at them and say they must have some level of completion because they've done this, and this with it, and I either couldn't do or wouldn't do those things because of something inside of me that is not going in that way. Right? They can never show that. So this is why I laugh every time I say, bro, I know the process for me and any self, just like I'll go to Wes Watson for him to talk about the same idea, just to show you this is a process. It's not about what you do with it. You're going to take it to wherever you go, but it's a process. If you ain't got that and you haven't taken it anywhere and shown a result in any arena, I know you don't have it, because once you have it, you stop talking about it as much and you start using it everywhere in life. Doesn't make any fucking sense. You're poor, you're broke, you got no fucking way to make a living, you got no women and children in your life who respect you, you got no love in your life completely on any level, you have no communication ability, that's clear, right? So I know you ain't got it, because if you had the thing, if you were working in the Dow, you'd see so many results in your life, you'd really only be here to show up to say, hey, look at what I got going on, washroom or not, right? Look at how I'm energized with clarity. Right? Look at how I use my energy and motion to project and to convey an idea that could be life-changing. The problem is your folks needed to see me when I was in a fucking hole with needles in myself every 2 hours with blood all over the wall, right? Writing suicide notes. Yeah, if you saw that and that life and that lifestyle, and then you saw my life and lifestyle today, you'd go, what happened to this guy? How's that even possible? You know, and pretty much in every venue that I show up into or bring myself to, that's a transformational life situation, as Talcott likes to talk about. He ain't living that. None of them are living that. So I show up to go, hey, fellas, I'm pretty sure that I'm living this thing. I'm going to describe it and language it out the best I can, and then I'm going to show certain arenas where there's results. and then there's pandemonium and chaos. The same way there is with Antoine. Because Antoine's figured out something along this journey about himself and the world and how to make it all come together. What it is completely, we haven't got to it. But he's figured some things out, and he knows that. So he's secure in himself, right? And he's going to come and show you a process like he did here on the panel the other day and talk about it. And then they're going to completely ignore that and go into pandemonium and chaos.
Well, that's where I think his philosophy, where he tells his people to be a bag chaser, is like, is the bag the end point, or is that just the beginning? And if so, why isn't that clearly stated? Because if wealth and some modicum of safety is the bag, I don't know what he defines as the bag, the best part of yourself or something like that, then once you have that, then what the hell are you going to do with it? Is there a reason to stick around and follow you, or is there succession? Is there a fulfillment at the end of this so-called bag chasing? So let's say you get there. Now, do I unsubscribe and leave you be? Are we going to co-create and do something? Or did you just create a path for people to follow to get some money, something, and then not do anything with it? Like what most people
That's the
do.
point, bro. I'm already on a timeline where I come from not being able to do shit except be a slave, pretty much. Right. And I didn't even mind that. I got to a place where I said, even if I'm doing the lowest activity in society, I still have a function, because without me doing this right now, this wouldn't get done. So I was able to reconcile the egoic idea, but it wouldn't help when everywhere I go, everyone goes, why are you here? And I go, I'm just here to work and try to figure me out, make a living. Like, I could get emotional over it because I got these motherfuckers asking me why I'm here, bro, because I can't conduct myself in my own affairs. And I can't apply myself worth a damn. So I could fucking cry my eyes out knowing I'm governed by my inferiors and surpassed in every level in this world by my inferiors. But I had to reconcile that. It's not about your ego. Find some space of care and truth and empowerment and inspiration in anything you do, and you'll be free of this dynamic. Because if not, you'll be competing and dividing the rest of your life and not being able to explain to a motherfucker when he come up to you, why are you here? Why is the manager not able to talk? And you're sitting here, have all these people gathered around at the job site, distracting people, talking truth, right? So, I had to figure out, what the fuck is my role here? How do I reconcile all this? What do I do with this? Where does it go? Does it even matter? Does it mean anything? Right? Because I was told all my life, I'm just a fucking rambler who's lazy and really got no value, and I just don't want to work. So I want a reason for folks to validate my existence. Might be some truth to that. Until I found a way to learn how to work hard and get up early every day and go to bed early and not go out to the fucking club and hang with goofy fucking losers and say, I'm going to stay consistent, whatever I do, and save what the fuck I get and reinvest it back into something. So I went to making pizza. I went to doing various things. Right? Just trying shit out, spending $200 to buy an oven, use it a couple times and say, this whole fucking thing doesn't work. Fuck it. Because I knew, like, I wasn't destined for that. It's not that I couldn't do that and find a space of purpose in it. It just wasn't meant for me. So now with this whole thing, I've said it a few times, many times probably at this point, we do a lot of looping. There's nothing else meant for me to do. So what do you think? You're going to come here, say something to me, and I'm not going to show up tomorrow like Talcott? I got nowhere to go and nothing to do. I'm about beingness at this point, conscious and awareness, right? You give me $1 billion. What am I going to do? Take a flight and go sit somewhere? Go fuck bitches with Jennifer? And then what? Then what? Have a fucking $200 meal? And then what? I'm still back to my beingness. I'm still back to what I know about me and other selves. I'm still back to where we're going on this timeline and knowing it's only going to get worse. Okay. So, there's a little bit of spiritual individual path and succession and success, and then a constant reminder, ego checker that brings you back down to grounding. You're in slavery and genocide, boy. And so is everyone around you. So there ain't a bag big enough to get to kill that fucking pain. And it's not supposed to be, because it wasn't about the bag. It was about you securing your life, your meaningness, your purpose, your principles, and your destiny. And if you ain't going to fucking do that, we're all going to suffer for it. It's that simple. We're all going to be tested. You ain't getting out of here alive, and you ain't getting out of here without being tested on your heart. So you'll be in court one day, and you'll listen to what I've said, and it will become clear when you got another man telling you what the fuck you're going to do and not do, and you got nothing to say about it. You're fucking owned. You're owned in this realm. And there ain't no bag big enough to stop me in my heart from not liking that fact that you're owned in this realm. So I'm going to do something about it, even if it's just talking, one person at a time, planting seeds and being the change, right? You're not going to do it to me. I've swore to myself and everybody over and over again. One of the reasons I come here and loop to remind myself every fucking day for the next time I got to go to court, there's no way out for me because I got to go back to a broadcast and an audience that are going to say, what'd you do, Paulie boy? What'd you do? Well, I did the same thing I always fucking do since day one, right? That's why I did that. I want radical accountability and responsibility and authenticity. So I created that. Told everybody who and what I am, showed that, and said, I'm not going back on it. So now I got no option, right? I created living off of unslaving.
Right. And that's why I think the problem with bag chasing is that usually you're not aware of what's chasing you. And I think there's a shadow of nihilism that's behind you. So you're trying to, and I'm not saying that as a pun on my name. I'm just saying nihilism is like this pure annihilation is righteously behind you to prove every one of your efforts to be just that, pointless, meaningless. And so you end up being this reprobate thing where it's like, oh, I'm just chasing money, as you say all the time, money and pussy, man, it's all you're chasing. And then what does it lead you? It's this hedonic treadmill of nothingness where you have the bag.
Every time then people are chasing that bag and then they catch it or they stop, that thing catches up to them.
Yep.
And I watch the unfolding, no pun intended, because Cleveland's here. We're doing a lot of punny language. Right. I watched the delamination and the undoing, the separation back down into the parts to reconcile the whole. Right. I'm watching it with my father right now. I told him for years, I said, while I was doing dope, I said, you don't get it. I said, I'm on a timeline here. I'm probably going to go to prison or die. I've reconciled that. There's another third element here that I'm holding out might show itself, but it seems it's over for me. And I'm okay with that. I'm telling you, with all the shit you're running for and chasing, there's going to come a day where you're going to be in the same seat I'm in now. I've just done it early. I just confronted who and what I am, what I've done and not done, where I've come from, where I'm going, and faced my own death. You've not done that process, right? So I was running from that process my own way because I couldn't deal with it, but I at least faced it. These motherfuckers never faced it or went past it. And now they're sitting where I'm sitting. Got to the bag, got nothing left to do, and they're waiting to fucking die in a form of quiet desperation. Powerless with their women and children, have no true trust, bond, and respect, have no honorability, have no God-given rights, have no real property anymore. You're a fucking joke. I don't care how that hurts your feelings. Change it, bitch-ass motherfucker. The same way I and everyone else has to. There's no other option except to mope about it and wait to die.
And
don't care.
I think that because as I was thinking about this the other day, I think that's like one of the final reconciliations you get a chance at least in this human existence, whatever that might be, whether your reconciliation with God, with nature, however you want to look at it. But if you chase this thing your whole life, you finally have it, and guess what? You're retired now, so you're a dead entity. You're not active anymore, and so how are you going to finish your life out? You know. For many of you here, I mean, you're not at that point. I don't know how old Vancy is, but you either reconcile it early or you reconcile it 53. Much later.
That's how you know. That's how you
73?
know.
53.
Oh, 53. I was about to say you look great for 73.
That's how you know a motherfucker like Provo Child and the rest never really had no purpose and meaning because they convict themselves by saying something they think shows their power. I'm retired. Bitch, you don't get to retire till they put you in the ground. Are you a man? Then that means you got inherent purpose and meaning here to stop the fucking slavery and protect women and children and bear witness and testimony. You tell me you're retired, I go, oh, you don't know what you just did, stupid motherfucker. You just told me you're a worldly infidel reprobate because you're 30 and think you got nothing left to do because you got to a little bit of this. Laughable in the eyes of creation, all going away, valueless and meaningless from the beginning outside of your own mind and what it could show you in the realm. Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Right? So they don't get where my power comes from, and they go to losing their power or trying to get it everywhere they lose it. Right? I don't give my power away, and I get my power by the truest resource, pure conscious and awareness of the cause and effect dynamic, how this is all created and comes about, how to undo it in oneself and in the world. right? Your problems individually are a microcosm of the world's problems. If you solve your own problems, you solve the world's problems, but you don't get that. You go into the world trying to save the world to justify your own existence, therefore undoing yourself. If you learned how to solve your own problems on every level, legal, lawful, spiritual, financial, now you can solve the world's problems without calling yourself a world saver and a guru. So you get humbleness and humility and reverence before the creation and the creator, and you get to embody the empowering, honoring space of a community leader without calling yourself that, because that's just extras. You let them call you that. You don't call yourself that. Soon as you call yourself anything, I know you're bullshitting. You never seen me do that. I show up, I say, I'm an honorable man at best. Now let me go to talking the good game. It's to be told, not sold. They go to calling me a guru. They go to calling me the second coming of Christ. They go to calling me the Anticristo, right? Or a leader in the community or a politician. Paulie should run for politics and lead all of us and save us from ourselves. No, I shouldn't. Fuck you. They've been telling me that since the protests, coming up to me. Oh my God, you should be a fuck you. What? Yeah, I'm not them. Would you get confused? I'm here to lead you back to yourself, not lead you where I want you to go or need you to go. It doesn't work that way. I wouldn't have it work that way if it did, because I'm not in it for the same thing they're in it for. They want to be looked to. Look at him. He's a leader. You don't get that way. You do it the real way, the right way. And then they say, look to him, he's a leader. Why? Because he didn't want to be a leader. He did what was true and what's right because it's true and it's right. You motherfuckers go to being leaders and don't do what's true and what's right because you just want to be called that till you get found out that you're not that. Every single fucking time. Just like the guru, faking the funk, right? Every one of them. Then you find out behind the scenes they're doing root mammalian activity. While I came out and told on myself up front, if I ever get to a position where motherfuckers are calling me guru, I ain't going to be calling myself that. And you could be damn sure I probably have a few women backstage who I'm experiencing with from time to time. You want to say that's unholy and unrighteous? Do it now. You're not going to do it then. Because I didn't need to bullshit myself and everyone else on what a fucking man is. I don't need to. You need to do that. I don't need to do that. See? So get away from what you believe and what you've been told about who and what we are. Experience authentically and then reconcile your animal body and your angelic spirit, your consciousness, your conscience with your nature, right? When your conscience and your nature work in tandem, you don't cut yourself off and limit yourself, and all your experiences are what's meant to be, not what you want or don't want them to be. There's your problem. Doing what you want and don't want, never getting access to what's meant for you. Then judging other people when they get what's meant for them because you think it's not what you want or don't want. Foolish. I see him do it every day with Jennifer, talking about things about her they think that would affect them because they don't understand. She's someone, we're two people who meant to be in each other's lives right now for whatever reason. Season, reason, or lifetime. We're going to choose that based on the way we live and communicate. Okay, so whether we become friends forever and she's watching the children I have with another woman one day and everybody has an understanding, that's what's meant to be. Right? I'm not living from what I want and don't want. Even if I start that way, it never ends that way. I always get what the fuck I need, and so does everybody else. Because I let it be that. Because I choose that. Go ahead, sir.
What's for you won't pass you.
Huh?
There was a quote I always said, Paulie, for I don't know, many years now. And it was, if knowledge is power and power is corrupt, how can humankind survive? More relevant now, isn't it?
Listen, man, you could tell me about how power corrupts. I guess maybe I haven't gotten enough yet to observe and report, and for others to observe and report on me. There's a lot of folks who say I've already gotten to enough to show myself to be corrupt. So you'd have to make your own determination. I think power only corrupts when there is no process that goes on inside the beingness that allows them to be in the world and not of it. Right. I'm sorry to tell you, right. I like when there was a month there and I talked about it with Anton where motherfuckers were hitting me every day, all day. Right. And when that shit happens, there's times where it happens. There's times like now where it just kind of fizzles out. People hit me here and there, whatever. I just keep doing what the fuck I do because it's true and it's right to me, and I like how it feels. So how you can't supersede that. There's no amount of fiat that they've handed me through voluntary contributions. It's just more gas in my tank to do what I do. But ultimately, that spirit is there. I really don't need that, clearly, because when it's not that, I still am that. Right? Like if I put the power on what the fuck I could get in this world, when I don't have that in the world, I don't have that power in me. I have to create a space where my power, my truest resource comes from something internal, right? Or beyond me. It can't be something in the world, people, places, and things. If not, I will lose my power when that's taken. I can't do what I do and live like that. I don't get the option to live the way everyone else does because their power comes from their women, children, their things, people, places, and things, and what they can point to. That's where my power would be lost because I stand for rights and freedoms. If I have to go to prison, I can't be powerless there because of what's on the outside. I have to be powerful there because of what's on the inside of me on the inside, right? Exactly. So there's no other way it could be for someone who walks the way that I do. That's why they don't get me. You could hand me everything on a silver platter. I'm going to ask you what the conditions are. If there's no conditions, I'm going to take it and reinvest it. If there's conditions, I'm going to say leave it there because I don't need it. I went from a tent and an Android to having everything I want and need and not even knowing what to do with it other than reinvest back in myself and the purpose. I don't need a fucking closet full of Nikes like Anton. I don't need various fucking vehicles. I got a vehicle there that's used and old that I don't even use. That served me great. I could destroy it tomorrow and buy another one outright and move on with my life like it never happened. These motherfuckers go to replace a car and they got to sit down for a week to manage their affairs. I don't live like that. I'm free. I can walk away from anything at any time. I can go back to being me in a trailer with solar power, sitting in the AC, plotting my next move. I'm beholden to me, the spirit, the process, and God's law. What I do with that is on me. And more is going to come in the future because I like pimping, macking, and entertaining too. Right? So if I get just bored enough with life, I'll go to self-sabotaging again. I'll go to walking around checking these motherfuckers. I'll go sit on stage and check myself and test myself and do comedy material, right? And talk about slavery and insult every motherfucker in that room just to get a high off of it. Yeah, I will. You know, and they'll say that's a negative thing. No, that's a drive. You got to have some internal drive to just not sit in one fucking spot all day and do nothing. I have probably very little internal drive compared to someone like Jennifer or my father when it comes to waking up every day, 3 in the fucking morning, going to the gym, then working 8, 10, 12 hours, then coming home, cooking and being there for children. I really, a lot of time, don't seem to have it in me. I guess I could if I chose to, but yeah, I'd rather not, you know? So I got to almost summon the will and the energy to do just regular activities. When it comes to this shit here, I do this all day, every day, effortlessly, and do it better than most, it would seem. That ain't saying much because most of these motherfuckers on here ain't shit. So like I said the other day, it's not a testament to me believing I'm so good at something. I just looked around and surveyed the scene and say, with the options given, I'm pretty damn good, but it's a low standard. You know, if I just focused that more and I structured it more and I put more time, energy, attention on it, it would be something bigger than what Antoine does for its own reasons, right? I just don't fucking care to. Sorry, I'm not ambitious. It don't matter how much they sent me. I go, wow, they sent me this month. If I really put my all into this and made it into something entertaining or conspiracy theorist based, yeah, I'd get to my first million in a year. Doesn't fucking motivate me. So what motivates me? Coming on, doing what I do, being with the people that I'm with, speaking the truth and my experience, having the general spontaneous interactions and trying to take it somewhere and go somewhere with it, getting in a flow space of consciousness and doing a monologue with everyone sitting around me right now, staring at me or looking down, wondering where the fuck this goes. I'm a simple man, I guess, when you get right down to it.
I'm assuming.
You know, making love to maybe 3 or 4 of the divine creatures of Unslavia. You know, that gets me going sometimes, the idea of that for a few moments. Go ahead now, creature.
Look, just to answer Vancy, I like the quote, knowledge is power, and if power is corrupt, then what is knowledge, right? Something like that. Well, the power is the exertion of force against something else. So if you never choose to exert that force against something else, then you can never become corrupt. So you can have the knowledge and use it when necessary, but it doesn't mean, like, if you had all knowledge, you can force people to do whatever the hell you wanted to. But I don't think anyone here has that. You only have the experience. Go ahead. Seems like you want to say
the problem, but the problem is, like, in the world nowadays, you know what I mean? The ones in power, they're the ones that's corrupted, aren't they? So how do you get rid of them?
Okay, so you're talking about individuals that abuse power or knowledge, right? I think they deal with themselves, because they're. What are you looking at, Rob?
I think usually at the guy basically say that I'm highly autistic. I'm highly functioning. Listen, bro, you know, they've thrown every diagnosis on me at some point because I don't fit into any narrative. You know, they're like, he won't conform to this. He won't comply with this. He's not motivated by that. He's not ambitious for this. We don't get him. Right. And I go, yeah, there's like one thing that fucking wakes me up and keeps me alive and burning. Right. If it's not love, it's truth. You know, because I've been without both in my life, and I saw how detrimental it was, and I saw how powerless I was and everyone else. So what the fuck else is there to live for if not love and truth? I got nothing else. I saw what it was like when I didn't have that. There's nothing left to live for. I'll tell you right now. You ain't got truth and true love in your life, which means love founded in truth and core principles. You ain't got shit. Right. And if you can't cultivate that inside yourself, you're fucked, because a lot of the people around you ain't got it either, and they don't know how to show it. So you got to find that within yourself and be that and live that, and then project that outward and create that in others so we could share that together. If you ain't got it, I got to help you get it, because I know what it's like to not have it. And let me tell you, you're going there, and it ain't pretty. Right.
So where I was going is, like, you have individuals abusing that power, but in their abuse, the knowledge is being proliferated. And as it hits a certain point, then the system is forced to collapse. It happens to every single government throughout history. Now, the unfortunate part of that is that if the people within that system are not prepared, then millions die. It happens every time. So I'm always like cautious of people saying, oh, they want to destroy the government, go to the UN, do all this bullshit. Because unless you have a system prepared for those people, then what the hell? You know, I said it in one of the comments with Paul a couple of streams back, where slavery is a provision for the ill-prepared. It's the provision for the ill-prepared to give you the time under a master, right? To give you the time under a master to get your stuff right. And then once you're right, then you can exit the system, correct yourself, and all that good stuff, right? At least that's the way I look at it. I wouldn't compel anyone to think the way I think, but that's how I look at it. So yeah, there are abusers, but they have a system in place to offer very little protection, but some protection for many of the ill-prepared people.
Right. You're either going to be a slave master, or you're going to be an anarchist. You're going to be out. I'm not going to be a slave, and I'm not going to be a master. And if you try to play with me, and you know, and it's not for something bigger, because again, I've talked about it before. I will have myself martyred by agents if that's the law. I will not fight them. I've made a decision. I will not fight them to prove a point that I could take a few of them with me. I'm not doing it. You come to kill me, I'm gonna sit right there and let you kill me, and I'm gonna live stream it, and that's gonna be my last moment, and that's gonna be the best content ever. I don't give a fuck. You're just gonna release me from this vessel anyway. So I'm gonna put it on live stream and say, there you go, everybody. They're coming through the door. And if I'm crying or whatever, I'm saying, here you go. This is what it is. I never did nothing to nobody, right? After a certain point, right? There's certain things I've done in the past. I've done harm to others, and I've been forced to reconcile that and repent for that and reform myself and live every day from then on out in service, because that is repentance. You don't get to say you did harm. This is your problem. This is the average person's problem. Like my father, you've hurt people. Right. And I'm not like at certain times when you all like to make this presentment, like you're civilized, loving people, you've done bad things and you've harmed people, and you don't get to decide where that begins and ends. You chose that. So you should be in repentance and in service every day on some level to get back from that. Not even out of guilt, just because it feels better than living like that. So,
and they're always brushing shit under the carpet as well, aren't they? They always they brush crap under the carpet. They never confront it.
They live like I said, they live like this is the only game where you never have to show your hand, right? Your conscience knows what the fuck you got. That force knows what you got. That's going to create a situation around it, right? And the guy across from you who's been watching you long enough, he knows what you got, right? So what game are you playing with yourself and others? You got to show your hand at some point, so you better be betting like you know what the fuck's in your hand and you're ready to put it down or fold. But, you know, just like a little Tommy, present this false strength, tell me you're holding 4 aces. You can't be because I'm holding them. I got them. They'll cross talk. Yeah, I got 4 aces. You're so fucked. I go, really? All right. Yeah, let's go all in on that. And they go, what? I go, you just told me what I'm holding. How could you have it? There's only 4 in a deck. I'm going all in on your bitch ass. And they never put the cards down because there's nothing to show. They're bluffing on all levels. They don't stand for nothing. They don't have it in their hand. You can feel it coming off of them. They try to cross talk across the table to psych you out. And when you go all in, it's never anything. It's never the violence they say. It's never the rights and freedom and free speech they stand for. It's never the sky daddy. It's never any of it. It's their own personal will and motivation in the world to achieve something they want and desire. And I don't have that. Right.
Well, it's funny you said that there. Like when all
somebody and what's true and what's right, to show them that if you try to harm somebody who's pure in heart and motivation, they don't have to do nothing to you. That's where my power comes from. I literally don't do nothing except speak on what happens and allow the universe to move. And then I speed up the process by doing that. They don't understand how the law works in this realm. I will condense 5 years into 5 months and put someone through it. And you'll watch them spin and cycle and destroy themselves. I don't necessarily take pleasure in that. I take pleasure in rebuking the demon and playing the game. They're playing a game. And I'll say, I love fucking with you and your ego because we both know what this is. You know it. So I love the game. But I don't like seeing people harmed. And I will step back from that in a second. As soon as that light is in their eyes and they want to be real with themselves and others, I just step right away from it. Okay, we're done. Now let's move forward. Just like the creational force would facilitate your, know what it is, or say, okay, we're done with that. Pull it all off them. Let's move forward. Now blessings and grace comes. Now we work. It's co-creative. You see how it works, right? The same way I have to check my own ego. When I see Zetetic Warrior over there with 100 or 150 viewers, I say, those are my people. Nah, those are the people, and they ain't mine. Okay. And if I die tomorrow, I better hope that that motherfucker picks up where I left off. I better hope that while I'm living that we can stand next to each other and reconcile and co-create together. So I'm going to support them. And I'm going to tell them to get a cash app, even if it costs me what the fuck I get to here, because it's got to be that way. If not, I'm everything that I condemn. So I'm not going to turn into one of these people. I'm going to support people even where it makes me uncomfortable, because I know he's got something just like he knows I got something. Okay.
That's why I can relate to you, Paul. Paulie, every time you, like, everything you say, I can relate to you pretty much in every single way. You know what I mean? Like all my life, like I'm pretty much alone, you know what I mean? That there, black sheep, all that there, dog walked out, blah, blah, blah. But I don't care about it, you know? Just shit happens and that's it, you know? Like, the people, when all this here crap started, you know, with all this friggin' bullshit, you know what I mean? I call it the common flu. Like, when all that shit started, I told the peeler, I said to him, I says, no harm to you, son. I says, I'm going to make you shoot me in about 2 or 3 years' time to get there. And he just looked at me. So he didn't know what the hell I was on about. He didn't have a clue, and he just looked at me. And then we went to court, and I says, you're classing us as
Are you
domestic
getting any of that, Niall? I see you laughing because I feel like you're not getting any of that.
Oh, I'm speaking too quick again. Ah, for fuck's sake.
Are you from court?
No, I'm from Belfast, man.
Oh, okay. Well, you sound like a countryman. You don't. He's like an Irish guy with a country accent. It's like doubled up.
Niall, wait to tell you, mate. Listen, when I got kicked out of Belfast when I was 17, right, by all the paramilitaries and shit, right, I ended up marrying a woman from the country, but I met her over in England because that's where I went to, like, you know, because my biological dad was there. I didn't want to go because he didn't want to.
Numbers are dropping. Numbers are dropping because folks said yesterday they just want me to ramble pretty much incessantly. It's like the opposite of Tommy's. Tommy rambles incessantly. They say, please, no more, never again. I do it. They go, we just want to come here and hear this and feel this. It's very bizarre, sir, I know.
Anyway, I've been in the country more than I have been in the city, and I was born in the city. So I can call myself a country boy and a city boy, so I can. But yeah, I'm out in the country now. I like the country. I hate city life. It's too fast and ignorant people as well. So
I would recommend that you over enunciate your words so that we Americans can understand it. So I know. Don't cut them short. Over enunciate and it'll do you well. So I'm gonna go ahead and bow out. I got to go visit my slave mechanic I'll leave you guys with what is it? Quote from Bob Marley, "Redemption Song." Right?
Oh, great tune.
Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. All right, so I'll leave that with you.
Yeah.
You guys take care. Good to see you, Paul.
All right.
I'll be up.
Blessings, Ned.
Thank you, Niall.
Take
Take
care,
it easy, man. All right. Good luck,
Great.
man.
So
Good luck.
Fancy interrupts my flow. Niall fucking checks out on me, leaves me hanging out to dry. Just every time, right?
Oh well, man. Oh well, man. Oh well.
No one understood anything you just said either. I almost will guarantee that.
I know.
And
I've got to slow
how do we
down.
get around?
I've got to slow down. I have to slow down, but Jesus, I don't know.
Right, I'm trying so hard to keep up with you, man, but it's just I just can't.
See,
It's hard.
one or two reasons why I don't come up. One, my sound, and then two, my friggin' lingo. So that's because I lose everyone. Do you know what I mean? Nah, I don't mean to, like, but I don't mean to, but sure, shit happens. You know what I mean?
Bryan Oshea, right on time.
Hello,
now
Shay.
you
What about
decide
you,
to
man?
come over here.
Professional.
Hello, Shay. What about you, man?
I got
What
crickets.
finally
in the
made you
background.
decide to come over?
I got crickets in the background. It reminds me of my stand-up set.
Can't hear you.
Let's try not to talk over each other constantly. That'd be good for the flow.
Apologies.
Yeah, I appreciate the title, man. Giving me attention, putting the spotlight on it.
Right. And then I get to watch you falter constantly with it. And that's part of what entertains me. Is that you're always looking for the spotlight and the limelight. You're always embarrassing yourself with it. And then we move forward. It's this weird game you like to play with your ego.
Yeah.
So how does it feel to be one of Anton's top videos this week so far? Basically, you completely embarrassing yourself trying to act like a black woman on his broadcast. And we can get back to that. We never finished it. So it's perfect timing. We were right in the middle of it.
Yeah. Well, if you'll notice, so what is...
Are you still feeling some type of way?
So what is it with...
I guess so.
Thank you. What is it with the black voice that it comes out not only talking to a black person, but it came out when I was...
This Yolanda person, I'm pretty sure if we could not talk over each other, unless I'm doing it. It's this kind of rule I have. I talk over everyone. No one talks over anyone else. Because I know when to talk over people. No one else seems to know when to do that effectively. It's just another thing I do better than everyone else, talking over people. I'm really good at it. Most folks not good at it. So Yolanda, I'm pretty sure, is from Anton's platform. She's laughing at you right now. I want to be clear. That's what that is. Some black woman somewhere laughing at you because she saw you acting like a black woman, trying to be tough in front of Anton.
Thank you. So what is it with the black voice that it also came out when I was with Jeff and Allie? You know, they're like, oh, the black voice came out. And then I go to a black man show. Well, the black voice in the initial mocking, when I went up there, I was doing what I did with Talcott the day before, where I was showing him false praise, right? Like I was trying to do what I did to Talcott, give him false praise and see, and then pull the rug out. But when I pull the rug out, you see the voice switch up, you know? So I think during that session with Anton, it went from hyper black to when I stopped trying to do the mock to like way less black, and then all of a sudden, and then like to almost white.
I think really you're just extremely racist, where as soon as you get in a room with black people, you start to do this thing where you start to act like what you think black people are, which is horrible, angry, resentful, bitter people.
But why did I do it with Jeff and Allie as well?
That's a good question. I don't remember you doing it as much, but maybe that's what you do.
When I went to their house, they said he's talking black.
Oh yeah, you're trying to be cool. Like if maybe you're just trying to be cool and relatable. Like, hey, it's Black Bryan Oshea. Black is hip. It's cool.
Right, but they were white people, so it's interesting that it doesn't. Just
Wait, you thought there's power there, right? You must think there's power there in front of anybody to act black. whatever that means, because Anton wasn't acting black, and you were pointing that out, and then we kind of get into what acting black is, which you seem to think being black or acting black means acting like ghetto trash. Maybe you're just ghetto trash, ghetto white trash, and you try to project that onto everyone, including, successful millionaires like Antoine.
Yeah, you never know. So, yeah, I had a normal time slot I was going to hit this morning, and then I saw you were streaming during the normal time slot with my name in the title, so I was kind of in a quandary. I was like, should I fire up my stream? I like firing up my stream on that normal time slot. Then I saw my name in your thing in my normal time slot, so I'm kind of confused as to what's going on. What are the intentions here?
Right, and now you guys are all deciding like what the time slots are, what the normal. There's no structure to any of this. Majority of the time, you have no content other than talking about whatever we're doing. It's just we got to get it together, right? So Z has a time slot right now. Benton has a time slot. O'Shea's still kind of up in the air. We didn't really.
No, I took over Benton's time slot.
Is that official? He was on this morning. He was on this morning. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, but he's in the middle of the night. Me and him have talked about this. He's offered up his time slot to me since he's going back to work. So when he streams now, it's like in the middle of the night.
But then you want to like.
I love how you're so trying to trigger me, man. You're trying to get me to go off or something, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm calling you out on what I'm seeing. So you want to like sit on live streams for 6 and 8 hours hanging around at a Starbucks lobby and call it time slots and content, right?
Yeah. Well, you got to start somewhere. You
what happened to fucking TaskRabbit? What happened to like you getting some land and somewhere to live? Now you want to play metaversal broadcast games with everybody on here. Waste your own time and everyone else's, and then talk about getting mad at me for doing time slots. How dare you? I'm the god of all media. I go where I want. I broadcast when I want. When I do, everyone shows up here. That's the dynamic.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You guys are pretty cool, man.
Right.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So I have this thing where it's like, since I'm able to set my own schedule on TaskRabbit, I'll start off. Like the jobs won't start till 11 a.m. so that I could have that time in the morning to do the broadcast.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. You need to prioritize. Have you even decided when all the work is? So you just decided, I'm just gonna like fucking set some Life of Riley schedule where I just roll out of bed, I fucking hang out in the lobby. I don't even start working until like noon. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, but it's not really Life of Riley. I feel like I'm on some 18-hour-a-day shift here. I mean, I'm not really getting much sleep. It reminds me of like when I was excelling at poker. I was doing like 18-hour days.
You fucking TaskRabbited when yesterday? I'm holding you accountable. You fucking TaskRabbited when yesterday?
So remember when I sent you that great content of that?
No. Stop it. You're already deflecting. When the fuck did you TaskRabbit yesterday? I want to know the hours.
Directly after I sent you that great content, I was driving to the job when I met that black man at the gas station as I was filling up.
And how long? And what did this amount to? And how long? We're life coaching.
I was there for a couple hours with a single mother.
Whoa! Don't try to throw single mother into it. I see what you just did there. Oh yeah, I just worked for a couple hours yesterday with a single mother because I'm giving back. You tried to fuck her and maybe even the child. So you can cut that out right now. You want to spin narratives that you're like fucking Mother Teresa building an IKEA table? I'm going to say you're fucking the woman and child. That's how it goes. So just keep it fucking right down the middle on the facts of the matter. Don't inject anything extra. So you worked a couple hours yesterday doing TaskRabbit altogether.
Yeah, I did a couple hours of TaskRabbit, and then I did 2 open mics. I didn't stick around to see if I'd win the $50 at the first open mic. Did a second open mic, video and audio, recorded them. Yeah, that was my day yesterday.
So wouldn't you? Okay, I'm not down on you for the open mics, but like we can't work this out to where like we're doing 5 to 8 hours a day TaskRabbit, Maybe an open
Yeah,
mic at
that's my
night.
ideal. That's my idea. But I've been having problems with the app. Like a second job came in yesterday, and I didn't find out about it until the job was canceled.
But this
So,
is my point, O'Shea, is you like to flounder, right? You like to drift and flounder. You're telling me there's no other fucking apps for you? You got a fucking slave license, right? You got fucking slave registration, right? You got
I don't
all
have
the
any
other
of that.
things?
They're
No,
all
you have
expired.
You have all
They're all
that.
expired. They're all
It can be
expired.
used. It can be, no, stop it. It can be used for applications. You're riding around anyway, riding around town, washing your
hear you.
balls in the fucking.
I mean, we're usually think along the same lines. I mean, I know you're coming at me for entertainment purposes, but no, I
told you it's. I know it's going to be entertaining, but it's the real deal.
no, I agree. No, I mean these are the same thoughts I'm having. I mean, it'd be ideal if the jobs were just flowing in, but there's something up with that app. Like I even put the rates way the fuck down.
You now attach yourself to a fucking app. Do you hear yourself? Could you imagine a man throughout history saying, "Man, there's something up with this app"?
I know. Maybe I should get a Spider-Man outfit or something.
Right. Are you insulting me and that guy in a roundabout way? You're doing that because you're looking away. You just said that, and you're completely looking away and off camera like this. Your head's almost turned around. You really don't mean that. You're trying to. No. You're insulting me and the advice I gave that. And the non-advice, I said, hey, if it was me, bro, I'd make a $20 investment, go get a fucking costume and pimp and mac a little bit. You know, but you're too good for that, right? So you want to sit around and, oh, there's something wrong with my app, so I can't work today. And there's no other fucking apps, right? And there's no other place to fucking have conversations to figure out where someone needs service done, right? Cut it the fuck out, Bryan Oshea. Then you want to sit in the fucking lobby for 6 and 8 hours, not finding any work, and then be homeless by next year. By next year, you could have your life change. Your whole fucking environment could be changed. You could have security for yourself on some level. You could have a routine and a habit for yourself. 20 minutes to an hour of some bullshit social media. But I want you to condense it. This is my plan for you. You can fucking tell me to fuck off right now. Who am I? I'm in a fucking washroom right now, like they like to say. I think you need to condense it. Give us 20 minutes to an hour of hardcore Bryan Oshea content. You know? Not this fucking lingering. I shouldn't even be doing it. You can't afford to be doing that. I can destroy my audience. I at least have an audience. You have none. So you got to work to get that. And the way you do that is by not doing what I'm doing right now. I need 20 minutes of hardcore Bryan Oshea content like Wes Watson style. Screaming at these slaves, telling them you hate leaf blowers, telling them you got a fucking vision and a purpose and you're going to fulfill that day by day and show up for yourself and others to bring that heat. Then you're going to fucking shut that fucking camera off and walk off and get back to doing service and creating a life for yourself. And then at nighttime, yeah, mild-mannered Bryan Oshea turns into a superhero, world-famous comedian. Okay? We get an open mic in at night. So that's the structure I'm seeing. 20 minutes to an hour at most. If you got to fuck off on social media to try to be an influencer, we could do that, Talcott style. And then it's back to the fucking grind to make a living. And then it's at night, we're pursuing the on-the-ground dream, right? And what we know, because you're good at that and you know that. And that's got to make you feel good to get up in front of the room and go past your fear every night and test the waters. So that's what I'm seeing for you. You can take that or leave it. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's actually what happened the other day. I finished up this job for a guy. I'd worked 12 hours task rabbit that day. And I finished up the job, and then I had to come back in the morning to do a different job for him. But like right before the job, I only had a half hour to spare, so I did a quick little 20-minute thing. Did my little spirituality side or whatever it was, just kind of expounding. And I kind of liked that when I saw it in hindsight. I was like, oh, that was kind of cool. Just kind of blasted a little 20 minutes before this job. And I was able to do the jobs early because there is something to what you're saying.
Because that gets you inspired and motivated, right? You get yourself and others inspired and motivated. You hit your regular shit to make your living. Maybe you take an hour or two off what everyone else does, the quote-unquote everyone else. Most people work 8 hours a day. okay, I'm gonna do 6 today, but I did 20 minutes to an hour, motivate myself before and to bring content, right? If it's something, right, and you can make it something. And then I'm making my living, and then I'm taking an hour or two less because I'm gonna go do that with an open mic. So you get your 8-hour day in. It's just broken up differently, and now you manage your time, energy, attention, which is an invaluable skill. If you could do 3 different things every day and stay consistent to that, you're going to hit on one, if not all of them.
Right.
If I might add something to that, your 8 hours is what the average man does.
Go ahead. Right. So Fabio says he's proud of Bryan.
Number one.
Right. He's saying
Bryan's number one.
Yeah, he's saying Bryan could be number one if he would really focus. He's got to focus himself.
If you give it 8 hours, you get 8 hours worth of return. That's the average, dude. If you're gonna be more than the average, then you have to give a hell of a lot more and expect nothing in return.
Yeah, what was cool yesterday, I also bought a drill. Been investing in myself with like these dollies and drills. They're working. They're able to use the drill on the job, and it's super handy. So
there's about 6 tools you need. Past that, you can do everything else with fucking shit you build. You're talking about the industry that I'm in, is the service industry, right? It's a little handyman bullshit.
Eu não tô de férias da rádio, né, mãe?
What's that?
Fabio says that he's more of a thinker, not a doer. So he leaves the handyman stuff to folks like you.
And that's where we play our role.
Right. Hey, he likes that you kind of play your position and know your role. That excites him, just like it excites me, right? It's good when people can understand the nuance of creation and play their role and position and stay in their lane and perform their function with humbleness and humility before the creation. There can only be one for your customer. 1 second, sir, please. There can only be one king of Unslavia, but there can be many handymen. There's room for many, many handymen.
Sabe o que não sai da minha cabeça, mãe?
Under the
Sabe o que não sai da minha cabeça nunca?
Of Fabio. Please. Yes, Fabio there. Right. Fabio echoing my sentiments. Please don't talk over I or Fabio. Snubs, as the man called you last night. There's some kind of problem with folks' comprehension in this realm where they can't seem to even read.
Noobs.
2, 3, 4 letter words.
Noobs is another one that.
Well, Fabio is in fact not an Anunnaki. You're saying Fabio's an Anunnaki? That is not true. Right? You know what I would say? If the trailer's rocking, don't Anunnaki. No? They can't all be winners, okay? That's one thing you learn. All right, yeah, Fabio's had enough of you folks because you're fucking dead weight. He's like, hey, I come here, I bring the heat. You saw that energy you had, and then you guys just go nowhere with it. So he's going to probably go somewhere else and create more content. But thank you for being here, Fabio. Your thoughts, panel?
Yeah, Bryan, if you want to give average, go get 8 hours. If you want to be successful, triple that. Dude, go hit that shit. You ain't got nothing. You ain't got no kids. You ain't got shit else. Go work. If I was in your position, I wouldn't stop working.
And they're even saying down there that Fabio has better content than Bryan. And I mean, that's to be sort of expected, right? But yeah, you might want to look at that.
You guys are pretty cool.
Like I've said many a times, Bryan, you come out to Minnesota, I'll put you to work. You'll understand things in a whole new way. I'll have you building boulder retaining walls in a day.
Did you ever think about working with Fabio? O'Shea, I mean, I see him around on different panels. I'm sure if you like gave him an offer, he might consider working with you. Get those numbers up.
Yeah, he has been on my channel, which I found strange. Of all the channels he could find in his disabled condition, how the fuck did he
Well,
find
he's
mine?
on a momentous rise, right? He's an influencer, Portuguese influencer, and he's on a momentous rise right now.
Yeah. I wonder if he's actually in Brazil.
Monumental.
So is this
That
you
seems
handing
like a quality pairing there.
Yeah, you got like the Jack Talcott healing center out there for me. It's work related though.
No healing. I just need labor. The training comes as a benefit to you, but I benefit from the labor. It's not a training center. It's just how you do it.
I don't know. I'm a little nervous that I don't know.
So I think I have to like correct the record. I don't think it was Jessica Jane. I think it was this cretin down there. This Rebecca Joe person. This person, I'm pretty sure, comes here and sits here and doesn't say nothing, then goes everywhere else and talks shit about me. Now
is she the real stand-up lady?
What?
Is that lady that was talking about being a real stand-up member of society?
I don't know, but by all presentments, from what I've seen, she's a horrible person. Okay, and if that's the person I was confusing, all these white women look alike to me. If that's the person I was confusing with Jessica Jane, my apologies. I didn't mean to insult you. This is the beast down here. I saw her last night. Don't laugh at that, snubs creature. I saw this bestial cretin at someone else's presentment the other day, shitting on my name like I wasn't right there watching it, insulting me. How dare you? Get up here right now and apologize to me. Yourself, for your own self-respect.
She may, in fact, be a blasphemer.
Oh, absolutely. They all are. What makes you think that you could shit on my name and have no understanding of who and what I am and not clarify the record and never come up and speak for yourself and give live testimony and expect to be taken as credible in the eyes of the universal force of creation? How dare you, you blaspheming, infidel, reprobate scum. Male or female. I don't play favorites with you all.
Hey, you want a good tool?
They think I'm out here simping. Okay? That's like a little scraper saw. You could cut with that. You could cut little moldings with that. I don't know what that's officially called, but I've used it before.
It's called an oscillating tool because it oscillates.
Right. A lot of these folks on here are oscillating tools. They're constantly spinning as tools of an deceptive force. They're being avatared. Oscillating tools. Tommy is an oscillating tool.
I'm an oscillating tool.
Edit that out, please.
Tommy is not an oscillating tool. He is a broken oscillating tool. His oscillation is fucked up.
Hey, Paul, should I call my mom and get some more ad read clips?
Yeah. The people, I think, enjoyed the whole squirt advertisement.
Call her up right now. I don't know what the best way to have a good audio with it is, other than doing it on. Because if I were to go to Google Voice, I'd have to share that shit, and you'd see all the phone numbers on my. How do I get? What's the best way to call her up and have good audio? You can do it on speaker, but it worked last time. But
I'm immediately suggesting that all the women of Unslavia strap on their oscillating tools and mount that Rebecca Joe woman metaversely, of course. She needs to be mounted and sufficiently put back into place. So I can't do that.
Converge on all 3 holes.
Mr. Wizard, please. This is a family broadcast. It's early in the morning. But yes, strap on, ladies, and have your way with this beast and assert your dominance in the female kingdom. There's a place for female dominance. Check these hoes. They get out of line. They don't want to be loving and co-creative. Strap on the oscillating tool. I just lost at least 12 people with that comment, and that's okay. You don't understand. Every time I'm about to make one of those comments, I know what could possibly happen. Numbers could go through the roof or tank instantly. And I play that game every time. And I'm not proud of it, but I'm not ashamed either. Okay? So I'm again.
You gotta crash and burn before you rise above again, right?
Right.
The phoenix.
I get it. They think I'm spiritual sometimes, and maybe I am, and I'm not supposed to say things like strap on your oscillating tool and mount that beast. But, that's – see? It brings a light to Christopher Rasta's face, and if I could put a light on his face, you've seen the life he's living, okay? You've seen his friend group. I'm not going to say much more. But that man needs some love and some laughter in his life, and if I could do that and be a part of that, I'm doing God's work. So
I'm just studying for some court Thursday. Got a really nice motion order. It's amazing. So.
I don't do any of that.
So just doing a little studying and then getting ready to go to work. So if I hang up, thank you everybody up there. Greetings, y'all, and I'm not running.
These are the kind of motions I make at court. Same ones I make on the broadcast, right? Same kind of motions.
Well, I make these kind.
Right, because, okay, let's go ahead and jump out the window. Alphonse Fagiola, at one point we were in sir, please, if you could not rock in the camera, it's a bit distracting. So Alphonse Fagiola and I were in contact at one point, and, he told me, oh, you're never getting them guns back. Oh, you ain't never going to be able to use your patriot mythology to get nowhere. Oh, you got to take my course. And I promptly responded with suck my dick, please, in public. Respectfully. He said, you got to learn how to plead better and beg better and how to file motions. And to that, I said, suck my dick, please, in public. Again, respectfully. I'm not doing it. Okay? I'm only learning legal process to sue you hoes because they're corrupt and won't accept a man's claim and recognize it at the courts. Because I've done that already. And I see the game they play. They have a pre-trial meeting where they say, we're not doing this case. Throw it out before we even hear it. You can't do that. Okay? One second, sir. If a slave comes in there and writes on a napkin in crayon that John Jones did harm to him and spells it wrong and points to him at court and says, that's the man right there, massa. Did harm to me and with me. I'm in the middle of doing my speech very passionately about the truth that I live, and you want to bring this creature in front of my face to try to distract me? That is haram, sir. How dare you?
Am I employed? Are you trying to distract him?
Yeah. Now, I may choose to inseminate this woman at a later time, but not right now. Not right now when I'm in the middle of my flow state. Ma'am, are you on your flow state right now? Is it that time of the month, or are you open to receive? Spiritually, of course. Spiritually.
State, not related to that.
Okay. That's good news.
Mm-hmm.
What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Monica.
Monica, how on God's green earth did you find yourself in the presence of that cretin next to you?
He just wandered onto my patio. I asked if he wanted some water.
Sounds about right.
Hi to my friend.
Sounds about right. I recommend you not feed him or make eye contact.
Okay. Don't feed him. I don't even know your name. What's your name?
Brian.
Brian. Okay. Nice to meet you, Brian.
Right.
All right,
So
well,
do you
I'm
offer
gonna go back
time?
to work. I'll stop distracting your friends. Nice to meet you guys.
No, she's working.
No distraction.
No,
You are the
main event.
You're the main event. Right.
Wait a second. What kind of work do you do? Don't let her leave. Okay, she's gone. I want to know what she charges per hour and what kind of service she does, but we won't get into it. Now, Bryan Oshea, what does that woman do? Why is it you're always...
She's a bartender.
Yep, he's at the bar.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I talked to Alphonse. I talked to David Straight, Potlaw Brothers, Bruce Margolin. They all laughed at me about religious cannabis, but I don't believe that we should be able to pay taxes on something that's from the earth and stuff like that. And
yeah, I asked
stuff.
Alphonse Fagiola to come on here and have a discussion with me because he kept saying on my group that I let him moderate that everything I was doing was Patriot mythology. I said, well, if you're going to moderate my fucking group because I let you and say what I'm doing is Patriot mythology, you might want to come on and have a conversation on the panel. He said 2 weeks. It's been 6 months. So I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all of you. You ain't shit. All you know how to do is beg on paper. You don't stand for nothing. You fucking, first of all, you helped me out, wrote up a bunch of motions, and I looked at it with you, and we went over it together because you counseled me, right? So, you know, we it's not that you wrote them up. We went over it together, and, you know, you counseled me, and then we filed that, and it amounts to nothing, right? It amounted to nothing. And when I told you it amounted to nothing, you said, well, you're probably not going to get any of that back, and that's just how it goes. And I didn't accept that, and I went to doing what the fuck I do, okay? And I got better results than you. So fuck you and everyone else who's like you, who wants to talk down on me and what the fuck I do, which is get in touch with some level of eternal truth and convey that in a way that touches people's spirit. That is the I am has sent me to you. See, these folks all like to talk I am that am, but don't walk that and don't live it. Right. I am has sent me to you. Right. I am that. I am that am has sent me to you, whatever that is. You ain't that because you want to teach people how to beg better on paper. And then when you get no results, blame the courts. No, I blame you for using their process ineffectively and not being able to be an honorable man and speak the eternal truth and put it on paper in a way that conveys you are an honorable man and not part of their slave system. Okay. So I got better results than all of you doing way less what I know how to do, which is be me authentically and present in a way that is perceived as honorable and respectable and communicative. Okay. So I just think that's where the power is at. And I'm like done with all of you. I don't give a fuck if I never work with anyone again. I don't give a fuck if I never have access to anyone ever again. That's how I live. Fuck you. The same way I'll tell my father and anyone else in front of the world. Fuck you. And that's not out of hate. I'm not doing business with the devil anymore, right? I'm not going lukewarm, halfway, half-assed fence riding anymore. I was never really cool with it to begin with, and I'm not going back. So I'm out, and if you ain't out, you're a bitch-ass motherfucker, and I'm going to say it like that in so many words. And if you push me on it, I'm going to say it just like that to get into your ego. You're a fucking coward. And I don't care what any of the sophisticated, civilized people think about me saying it that way. You want to get in another venue? Let's go to your communications and mine, right? Because I ain't so great when you compare me to other folks in history, but compared to you slaves, I may as well be Julius fucking Caesar, right? Giving a monologue. So, you know, let's just cut it out. Let's get real with ourselves and each other. You're a bunch of pet fucking slaves. You don't know the language or how to use it, and you don't got the energy behind it to compel anyone to fucking believe you. If you did, you would. You get results, and you throw all this shit right where it belongs, on the fucking heap, on the pile, to be burned up. You want to steal fucking the flame from Prometheus and use it in this world, just like Tommy. That's what you all do. You want to steal from that archetypal god of this world and use it for your own ego and think that these people ain't going to catch you doing it and fuck you harder than anyone else. Cut it out. Yeah, they don't even wake up or respect you till you throw away their shit and stand on something you know to be true in your heart. That is conviction. They don't even listen to you or respect you till you do that. You want to steal their Promethean light and use it for your own purposes. They fucking laugh at you. You ain't shit in their eyes or mine either. Go ahead, sir.
Alphonse and Big Sib do their thing, been doing it for a while, and
I got on their panel, or not their panel, but their chat, and tried to help them several times with various different codes through the Postal Service. And they just dismissed me every time that the Postal Service had nothing to do with it, has nothing to do with it, has nothing to do with it. And then, what was it, 2 weeks ago, Hennepin County and the equity situation and getting a house back has everything to do with that address and the international protection of persons. And now all of a sudden they're reaching out to me. Hey, come on, come check us out. Come talk to us. No, I ain't going to talk to you. You fucking sat there and called me an idiot in front of all of your fucking crew because I was telling you about the Postal Service. Now you want to welcome me back, but you're never going to say anything about calling me an idiot and apologize because you don't remember that part. You don't remember telling everybody to fuck off. Don't listen to this guy. He's talking about Postal Service. Has nothing to do with it. Now that you realize it has everything to do with Postal Service and equity, now you want to bring me back on. No, I'm not going to do it. I don't do that kind of shit. It's like Jack. I'm not going to sit there and play games with people. You're muted. I'm not going to sit there and play games with people once you sit there and take up my information that I have to offer and then tell me I have nothing to offer and spoke nothing.
It's just like they don't understand that this is all like, it's about original and authentic as much as possible in life. It's about archetypes. So it goes back to the original country and the original land. It was the church and the post office. If you don't know how to move in those two places, separate from your ego, you got a problem with the community. I'm not talking about this shit right now. I'm talking about a real community with no mind and heart control, where there's real men and women on the ground with real fucking rights that ain't giving them up. If you don't know how to move when it comes to a written communication and how to effectuate change with your communication and how to correct the record and stand on rights, and you don't know how to bear witness and testimony in that church, which is also a court, because they did court at church, which is why you swore in the Bible, you don't know shit. All you know is worldly reprobate systems and processes. This is about taking your beingness and bringing it to a venue and creating an energy and an exchange and a conversation. Conversion. If you can't create a conversion by bearing witness and testimony in somebody, you ain't the one, bro. This is the same thing I'll tell any one of these witnesses. They come to my door. I go, what is it in your ego you think you're going to bear witness and give testimony and move somebody? You ain't shit. Oh, you're being egoic. No, I'm not. You're the one who put on a costume today and went knocking around the neighborhood to try to convert motherfuckers. You think you're somebody. What the fuck is going to get that done? You don't speak the word with any kind of passion. You can't fucking apply it in your life, and you can't show me results. So let's cut it the fuck out. I'm somebody who could put on a fucking black t-shirt with no name on it, walk anywhere in the world onto any island, and create a conversation, a conversion almost instantly. If motherfuckers don't know, well, then now they know. And they're going to feel it too, which is the most important if you ask someone like Jack Talcott. The only reason he listens to me. Feelings are his whole world. Doesn't matter what he believes and feels. I took something and I make him feel it. So I got his whole world in my hands. In the beginning is the word, and the word is made real. You come from that position, you hold the power. You get away from that position, you're disempowered, and you better look for power in the world because that's all you got left. And if you don't know how to use the functions of the world, you're a fucking slave in this world. You ain't going to even have worldly power. You're going to have benefits and privileges like a good slave, and a few possessions if you're lucky, and you suck the right dick at the right time. Your thoughts, panel?
Ain't nothing I could ask it. Dropping bombs.
Well, a lot of people don't realize when that church, the Great Fire of London, 1665, this is right when they were trying to figure out the plague, the Black Plague. And so they had all these rats in London. So some bright idea came about, well, we'll burn them out. So they set the Fire of London. And at the same time, they moved the records from the church to the local community center so they wouldn't lose the records. This is the Sedequé Trust. Okay. You took all the community records from the church and put them in the hands of the civil authorities. And that's when they changed everything on land ownership. That's when all the titles went from the church to the local county. And
you think it's possible they brought the rats in or made up the rat story to burn it all down to begin with?
I'm sure. I've never seen as the way rats grow in a cycle with the crops. I've never seen, except in Australia, they show that it happens on a regular basis, that rat population will explode. But this only happens because of the land area down there. In England, the land area is totally different. It's not propagated and planted as crops or anything like that. And so there is no need or any mechanism for the rat population to grow like that unless it's instilled. So again, they took the fire from London as a mechanism itself through all of that, through the plague, the Sedeke V, and the handing over the church records to the civil authorities. It was all a setup, as far as I'm concerned. From my research and what I see, it's the only way it happened.
It's always the way, man. Problem, reaction, solution. We know that. They'll always create a tragedy in order to destroy or obfuscate the reality that we're living in, as far as we perceive it in our mind, first and foremost, and then they'll overlay something. This is the reality. This is what we say it is. Believe it. Accept what you see completely, because we're going to show you some smoke and mirrors. And here's the solution. Here's the overlay. Here's where we go with it. And it always leads to more power and control for them. We know that. It's a power differential where they use information to control who and what you are. It's how they work best. They don't need to, nor is it effective enough to control 10 hoes by beating on them or putting them in a cage. It's way more effective on all levels to control them in their mind and heart. So you never have to raise a hand to them because they never buck up. Why would they? Daddy's got everything they need. Right? You create that power differential based on that information. You're just a dumb hoe. Daddy knows all about life and how it all works, right? The same power differential I'll show you here and talk about. And they say he's being egoic. No, I'm talking truth. I know something that a lot of folks don't. I could show that and tell that. They become aware of that. That's a power, right? The difference is these folks use it in a false way. They tell you about shit that doesn't exist, show you evidence of it, tell you it's real, you believe it, and they give you the solution, which is to take your fucking power. All I do is tell you the game so you stop giving your power away, right? So you know yourself, know the game, and therefore you know the universe, and you'll have power in that universe. They do the opposite process. See, the pimping and macking I do is proper instruction motivates people, right? They do the deceptive kind, where they make shit up and give you false rules and make you believe it, and then pimp on you in your mind and heart with your own actions and choices and non-actions. And every once in a while, they'll put some heat to your ass, beat on you a little bit to remind you who's in charge. But typically, most of the hoes, most of the good citizen slave hoes, they never got to put hands on them. Think about it. Billions of slaves on the planet all got license, registration, insurance, and plates, all pay the tax, have no actual private property they own, are in debt to a centralized banking system, and pay tax even after they pay it outright. So they pay tax for the rest of their life on the land under the property. If they got the land, they pay tax on that because they don't know how to correct the status. So they never actually own anything. It's public property the whole time, and they're paying tribute on it like it's a feudal system, right? So most them people, like my father and the good people of the family, they've never had hands put on them by the slave masters. They're just told what to do and they do it. They never even consider not doing it and getting to the point where there's consequences. Fear runs their life. So you give them the false information, you convince them it's real, you convince them the real information is false, you show them the false evidence of that and everyone else around them living like that, and the hoes stay right in line. They never think about questioning daddy, even when they can't stand daddy and think daddy's the worst ever. They keep fucking for daddy's money. So, it's only a few bad hoes who question and get uppity and want to go off into business for themselves and stop fucking for daddy's money, paying the slave tax. It's only a few of us who wind up ever having to get hands put on us by the master to show who and what it's all really about. Control and domination. It was never about safety. It was never about free will. It was never about personal choice. It was never about rights and God and doing what was true and correct. It's always been about control and domination from the beginning of time. It's pimping and hoeing. Most people don't ever truly live. They live and die within the construct of being pimped and hoed. So if they're cool with that, if they like it, I love it. You know, just not for me.
It's a great monologue, Paul. This is what, at least what I wanted. Me and Z, just a little bit more Paul. I'm just trying to stay out the way.
That's the thing. I'm egoic and I cut everyone off like I just did to you, even after a monologue. So when I fall back and let everybody take the lead, then I got folks reporting back to me, we don't like this. We want you to cut everyone off in monologue. So I go back to doing that. You know, I don't need it to be one way or the other. I actually quite like the panel interactions when it goes somewhere, when I have contributors, when I have people on fire with truth who want to bring value if they have self-awareness and discernment to see where value can be brought. And, you know, that happens from time to time. But, yeah, I see what they're saying. The majority of times when I open the panel up and we fill it up, it just goes to fighting and chaos and arguing, and there's never really any valuable information somebody could take back to their life. But I try to make it into that. See, I try to ride the line of having it all ways. That might not be, you know, the most, conscious way of going about it. Or structured way of going about it. That's why maybe ideally, like I was telling O'Shea before, we got to start managing our time, energy, attention better. You know, maybe 45 minutes, an hour with panel, an hour with a limited interaction, maybe these 3 up here or another 3, mostly me monologuing if people are into that. And then, you know, another hour or whatever, because I want to put my time in. You know, I think there's something to be said for that, putting the time in, showing up for yourself and others and being here for people's journey. There's folks who are working. They tell me they listen while they work. So that creates a responsibility and accountability for me. I can't show up for 20 minutes to an hour because I got to be there for them on some level while they do what they do. And that's better for all of us. It's a relationship.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
Right. So, I mean, you know, it's part of the game. It almost needs to be that way because it keeps you doing what you do better than other people, if not short-term, long-term. And it keeps you accountable and honest, right? If folks are putting in their time doing their work, and if this is going to be your work and your career, well, then you got to put the time in too. You ain't special. Just, you know, it's got to be something. And, you know, sometimes I slack or I play the background and, you know, let it express a different way. But I get what people are saying. You know, all I take that as is a time for refocusing and to, you know, get revived and re-inspired and say, okay, I just need to go harder at certain times, not give a fuck about what anybody thinks because, you know, that's what I've been doing at certain points. And yeah, let's get back to me. I guess it's a fine line between being egoic and remembering that motherfuckers came here to see me and listen to me and value me and what I do. I mean, that's something that even confused me most of my life. So either I step out into that power, know my value and my worth and work from that space, or I second guess that and play the game they all like to do. Everyone has an opinion. We're all valuable. No, you ain't, motherfucker. Not on my channel. Motherfuckers didn't show up here to listen to you and watch you. If that was the case, they'd be saying that, or you'd have a channel and they'd be doing that. So, you know, where's the line between ego and just confidence in who and what you are and knowing where the value is, if not within you, on the panel to some degree, you know, and then there's percentages with that, with every being. So this person has value in this venue for these things. Okay, cool. Use it for that. Stay in that lane, in that position. And while you're doing that, work out of that box. Don't typecast yourself. Just understand where your value is at, play your role in your position, and work on it either up front or behind the scenes. And expand your box and your role in your position. Just like I would tell the moose person. You have certain things about you that could work. Use that in those positions. Do it when it's appropriate. When I give you the fucking cue, fall back. Right? I know how to use you, bro. Not like for my own purposes, for the whole thing. I'm not going to use you to fucking abuse you. Like Anton said, I don't mind motherfuckers using me. I say it all the time. Go ahead. You're going to use my name and my presentment in a conversation with me. Don't abuse me. Right? And don't abuse the audience and the broadcast. So when I give you the fucking cue, hey, bro, fall back, and you don't fall back. Hey,
Hey.
Again, this one. See, this is her problem, man. This is the problem with these
Everyone
women,
come
man.
out of the word right
They
now.
know that they're attractive and they know they have power in that attractiveness. So I'm like doing what I do, you know, which as a man, it's like it takes way more, right? I just can't show up like her anywhere and get all eyes on me. I mean, look at me. I'm a gorilla in the washroom. So I got to like be something and say something and create something in order to get to
Flash
something.
cash or something.
Right. Yeah. And I can't even do that because it's not my lane with this, right? I could do that if I wanted to, but that would demean me and what I do. But, you know, she just shows up looking like that and it's all eyes on her like Tupac, you know, and that's what she knows. So what's up with you? Because you came back, right? If you came back, that means you're here to stay. If you love something and let it go and it comes back, it's here to
water.
stay. Right.
I'm pretty slow right now, so I'm just hanging out, making my rounds.
Okay, that's respectable. I like a woman or anyone who has a work ethic. You're focused on your work and doing what you do and bringing service. It's not about entertaining. Right. Don't talk over me, please. I like to think that I'm very important. So
never again.
So what's your philosophy on life? Right? Give me kind of a boil down, if you will. What's your purpose and meaning in life? What's kind of your mission statement? What's your core value system?
Share love, be love, show love. Love is kind of the root of all of it.
You sound like Jack Talcott.
Who's that?
It sounds like Talcott.
I'll have to figure that out. I'll have to
What
look
was
him
your
up.
name again? What was your name again?
Monica.
Monica. All right, Monica Talcott. So where does rights? We're just teasing you a little bit. You'll get to know if you start tuning in and seeing the whole game. But
I'll look into it.
Where does I'm down with the love thing. I think love is definitely important. We gotta see self and self, and you know, share love and be connected to all life. Where does rights, freedom, and principles fit in, if anywhere, with you?
Rights, freedoms, principles. I guess that's how we can just interact with the billions of people in the world that all share different mindsets and stuff. So there has to be some type of common ground. So I guess that's where we can connect on a common ground.
Okay, but you would. Everyone's so different. It would seem.
Cultures.
Right, but we all pretty much do the same things, right? Whether it comes to, you know, eating, making love, whatever our life purpose and path is. Like you say, we all have a common bond, one would like to think. Love, rights, freedom, principles. But obviously, I do a broadcast because of the extreme lack of common sense, it would seem. Because, you know, I say to you, rights, freedom, principles. You go, well, there's got to be a common bond separate from love, because not everybody's love able. So you can really only love a man if he stands for rights, freedom, and principles. That makes sense. But it doesn't seem that most people are living like that, right? They're worried about the bag. They're worried about what you could show, some bullshit you're going to tell, you know, what you could do as a citizen inside of a beast system. You know, nothing really worthy of value as I see it, for men especially, right? It's one thing for a woman to say, oh, it's more about love, whatever. Okay, that's kind of your position. A man's got to like stand and protect and lead those women and children. Right. So she gets it, right? She's very attractive and she gets it. And that's why I said I may be inseminating her at a later time. It's not appropriate for this broadcast, but this is, you know.
I even open my mouth.
What are you saying about opening your mouth now? This is a family broadcast, man. Please keep it.
I said you said that before I even opened my mouth, before you knew what I had in here.
Something about your energy, right? I said that woman's got something going on there, right? And I didn't know, you know, I don't presume. I mean, again, I second guess it because I go, you know, every third or fourth attractive woman, I start to think she's got an energy till she opens her mouth, and I go, yeah, there's not. It's a false transmission. Right. Yeah. But I don't know, something about the way you were looking into the camera and kind of trying to make eye contact and listen and, you know, understand. And I don't know, the way you were carrying yourself. I said, I'd like to speak with that woman and see beyond just the attractive presentment. So, yeah, there's something there. It seems like there's an understanding, but you never know. We never know until we are. Absolutely.
Thanks for sharing.
Sure. Go ahead. Share more because I tend to do a lot of the talking here.
I don't have anything to share at the moment. I have to do rounds. I'm covering 2 bars at the moment, so I'll be back.
All right.
They love you.
Thank you.
They're going crazy.
Well, there you go, Bryan Oshea. You made a new friend.
Boom.
Just like that. God is good, as Talcott says.
You know, I might have to come out and hang out with you in Vegas, Bryan Oshea. Just hang out with you.
Right.
You know, because we're such good friends all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm having visions of possibly doing service with that woman. But no matter. You can't be swayed by that initially. They could say anything and go along with anything. You got to get them battle tested. I got to see them on the ground in real life situations dealing with the white gorilla and know that they can handle it. Because, you know, they bat their eyes and, we're down for the ride and we get it. But, you know, they don't love me like they say they love me. Like Drake says, you know. So, and they don't love the truth a lot of times. So, you know, don't be swayed, Bryan Oshea, by that woman's siren song and wanting to perform cunnilingus on her. You know, that can get you into trouble. That'll get half your Taurus taken. Half that Taurus and whatever's in it's going to get taken. They're going to have to split up bottles of urine at the family court.
You're pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's cool around here. I mean, we're cool. Everything's cool.
Yeah, there was something that you said. There was something that you said a little while ago about like sort of splitting up or doing like different little segments on the broadcast. I think it's a pretty good idea. Doing like 45 minutes, as you said, or whatever X amount of time with a limited interaction, and then.
So let me let you in on how this usually goes, Rob Cleveland. Usually you wouldn't do everything yourself, and you'd have somebody else who'd be a producer, and they'd like keep time, and they'd say, okay, Paulie boy, we've looked at you. We see you do this, this, and this. We're going to kind of structure this. And we're going to do 45 minutes of this. You get into your flow. Because I'm in my flow. I'm in the now, man. Right? It's not always, I mean, I could do it if I really decided to, but it's just counterintuitive. So the way that's done is somebody like keeps time, and then after a certain time says, okay, ladies and gentlemen, you saw the white gorilla do this, this, and this. Now we're going to go over to this. And then we kind of move the energy and transition over to that. And that's how it's done, right? In some kind of a situation where you're not just talking at a screen in a washroom, surrounded by folks who can barely work this technology. So, you know, this is where maybe Michael Cino comes in. If he could fucking get out of his own way and his own bullshit, you know, it doesn't make any sense. Why the fuck would you go over to Talcott and actually produce when I called you a producer because you were a non-producer and you could have fucking done that here and still could, right? It's like I have to almost decide what everyone's good at in some way, make them better, then apply it to something that makes me better and them better, and then for us to get somewhere. It's like I have to take almost a complete leadership role and even build the being on some level, then structure the formality of the system and then run it, right? Is what it's almost going to take. Because if not, it's just me trying to fill 5 positions at once and keep time and watch the chat and have an interaction, a relationship with them and moderate it. See what I'm saying? So
it's a Herculean effort, one might say.
Yeah,
right.
I
don't even look at it that way. It just comes like natural to me, but I do understand that it would be way better if I had a team of people who I could rely on that could support me in my efforts instead of interfering constantly and trying to overshadow or compete with some other nonsense.
I was just going to say, I felt like that a lot of times in different jobs because people refused to do their job. So I ended up, in order for me to do my job, I had to do 4 other people's job. And that's just not the way it's supposed to work. That's why I don't like working. Other people are just not, they don't have the integrity to stand up and do what they're supposed to get the job done. They're there for a paycheck and they don't give a fuck whether they're going to get snitched on or not. There's plenty of jobs out there.
And that's the thing. And I ain't paying you because I'm already aware of this dynamic. And I know a motherfucker at some point, some people, they're already doing it. They send me audio clips. They do this, they do that. They're helping to make the broadcast. And their payment is they get to sit and watch what the fuck they help create. The same way I came into this. You don't get to come into this, stars overnight, want fucking payment, and then bring little to nothing half the time. You fucking do it because it's true and it's right, because you enjoy it. You get inherent value out of it. If you work at it and do it good enough, the fucking money's going to come. But they don't live like that. They cart before the horse. They want to sign on salary and bonus when they ain't shit. And if they do little to something, they're going to expect something and then not stay consistent with it. Right? So, like, you got to grow as a being. You got to see the value in it. I don't come on here even to this point when I've seen I could make a living doing it. I don't come on here with expectations. Hey, I'm going to get this by the end of the day. It's got to be that way because I'm getting paid. I could do a whole broadcast sometimes 6 and 8 hours and get $20. There's days I may not get nothing. There's other days where it comes in, and makes up. But, if you don't get to come on here and be guaranteed a fucking paycheck by working next to me and doing what the fuck we do and adding value, if I don't get to do it, you don't get to do it. And call that egoic, right? Go fucking get with Anton and let him give you a position if he sees value in you, and he'll cut you a yearly check and you'll never have to worry about negotiations and how to create value out of the mud. If someone else sees you and value in you, and you could perform a function and you got market value, they'll put you right in position. You just got to show the results. Hey, here's where I went and here's what I did. And it was so eventful and valuable that you should give me a spot and pay me outright. But I haven't seen anybody come here and show that, right? It's this dribs and drabs, it's little shit here and there. It's more problem than it's worth. And then they think they're entitled to be paid outright. When a lot of days I don't get that. That's fucking laughable. I'd rather make nothing or little to nothing and stay true to what I do and learn how to do this with just me, if that's possible, than pay a motherfucker out of my pocket to be there, And then the upshot of it is, if you ever get to something, they'll be right there backbiting and trying to take whatever the fuck they got to, whatever you got to, trying to rip it in half, and say that they're an equal portion. Because I've seen that already. I haven't even done nothing and gone nowhere really in this game, and I've already seen motherfuckers try to go, oh, we helped do that. Moose did that. He did a whole panel on that. How he was the backbone of the broadcast. He was my right-hand man. It was none of that. I called him a producer because he was my Baba Booey, and I'd pretend he was a producer, but he never produced nothing. So it was a bit non-bit, right? But to let him tell it at that time, he was the backbone, the right-hand man. He was responsible for everything. He didn't even do that with Talcott. So, you just start to really realize how life works, how people work, how yourself works, and what's valuable. Truly, long-term, long game, where you get your power from. And usually it's not in people, places, and things out there, right? They may have a role to play, but usually they can't stick to it. So they just get in the way of themselves and everyone else. That's what I just see and hear over and over again. And I see that with all the greats that I study. When I study greatness in any arena, I see this dynamic that goes on here. I see somebody who's the most outspoken, who is perceived as a certain way, who has a certain understanding and application. And I see a collection, or like what you would call an ecosystem that forms around that being. And there's certain beings who just want to support. They just want to get the train wherever it's going and put gas in the tank. There's folks who just want to be a source of love and care and compassion and support. And then there's a lot of other folks who see a train moving with that kind of support and that kind of energy, and they want to figure out what they're going to do with it, right? And just like Kennedy told everybody, your quest is to figure out what you could do for your country, not what your country could do for you. Motherfuckers don't live like that. What could I do for this broadcast? What could I do for Paulie Boy and this whole situation, and be a form of contribution and support and value? They don't think like that. They go, what the fuck am I going to get from this today? How the fuck can I use him in this situation for me, right? That's what I see time after time, right? Either directly or indirectly, or over the course of time, it becomes that, right? And I go, motherfucker, you don't do what I do, so you're not entitled to that. You don't put the fucking time in. You don't come with the energy constantly. You don't come with the clarity. You don't come with the eyes straight forward, not looking up and this and left and right and That's how you buy credit. Right? Every single day, 7 days a week for fucking over a year straight, probably now at this point. I don't even keep track. It doesn't matter because I got no other option. I stay true to me in that process. I'm guaranteed success. If you motherfuckers did that, you would get that. So because you don't, you won't. So you're not entitled to it here next to me. And I'm not going to let you slide for yourself, just like Antoine isn't and shouldn't, I would suspect. He's going to show up, tell Jack how to get right, give him some good game, and go off back to his fucking life. Right? If he's doing anything right and comfortable on any level. And then we're going to have a conversation at some point about rights, freedom, and principles. He's either going to cop to it, know what I'm saying, or be unable to comprehend or conceive, or he's going to play that game like he does. I'm a dumb guy. I'm a C student. No, Antoine, you ain't no dumb guy. You ain't no C student. I was a C student because I wouldn't apply myself, but I would ace every test. So you ain't going to run that shit with me because I see in me what I see in you. You're pretty perceptive. You're pretty on the ball. You're pretty able to have a back and forth, right? You just need access to either the right information or the right state of beingness to apply that information. And we're going to get you there if you're not there already and just not telling nobody. Because, see, if you were really smart, you wouldn't do what the white gorilla does. You'd know everything I know, apply it in your own life, and then come out and pimp on everybody culturally knowing they don't give a fuck. And they want to chase the bag, talk about pussy, hip-hop culture, and the latest pop culture nonsense and be entertained. And Jack Talcott says it's great, right, while throwing me under the bus. So, you know, if you're really smart and savvy and you weren't a cosmic gambler and have, you know, tendencies of what they call self-sabotage or just wanting to put it all on the line to see what the fuck it's all about. If you were really going to get to something long-term and stack it, you would live like that, know what I know, apply it in some places, and then show something else up front.
What's going on?
How are you, sir?
What's going on? Not bad. How you doing today?
We're doing well. We're blessed. You know, I complain, but nobody really cares. So what's the point?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'll hold it closer so you can hear it.
No. What's going on?
Right. We're one day at a time. We're at the office. Another day at the office.
Nice. Oh my, this is my office out here. I'm pretty blessed myself.
Right. So what do you do, sir, if I may ask?
I'm the security guard here at the pool. Hi, folks.
Security. Okay.
Look at that. Hi.
Now that man's on the ball. Did you see that? That man's got situational awareness.
Yes,
okay.
I'm retired military, so I hope so.
There it is. Okay. See, and this is the thing. See, all you slaves out there, 1 second, sir. All you slaves out there who are going to do criminal underworld activity, if you're going to do that, I don't support that. But you got to know who to look for. Right. So there's a street level skill that you can apply. When you see a man like this who's professional and put together, even as he ages, right? He's a bit older than me, could probably be my father. Seen my father here before. He's got it. He's got that situational awareness. He's watching. Even though he's talking to me, he knows what's going on over there. Right?
But I have to actually wrap this up. I can't be doing this at work right now. So
I get that. And that's the thing, sir. That's why you're going to be successful. You get the hell out of here and fly free. You see the difference between that man and Bryan Oshea? Bryan Oshay's on the clock. He's jerking off. He's fucking off. He wants to be on camera and be seen. That man's situationally aware. He said, I ain't going to be doing this right now. I'm on the clock, and I got a fucking job to perform. I got to keep this fucking pool safe. You go, sir, and you fucking talk to Bryan Oshea there, and you get him fucking right.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir. You salute that, man. That's why if I ever go to that pool, yeah, I'm not going to take my shirt off. But I will feel damn fucking safe. That guy's on it. I'm still going to have a gun there, right? It's another reason I can't take my shirt off, not only because I'm obese and look like Scott, but because I probably have a gun on me at somewhere. And the more clothes, the better. That's for everyone's safety. That man and everyone else's.
They wanted to say hi to you. They saw you walk past. Yeah, say hi to the people.
Oh, okay.
Or not. Or rather not.
Yeah, insanely uncomfortable and awkward. Let's move on. You just lied. No one saw her walk past. Women are intuitive. When you lie and bullshit, they pick up on your energy, and there's that awkward, creepy vibe. So don't do that. You've never once seen me lie and give fucking one-liners and bullshit, and don't turn the camera off because you think I'm embarrassing you. You sit right here and you listen to what I'm saying, and you fucking look me in the face. I'm tired of that shit too. When that woman came up, did you see me do or be anything different than what the fuck you see me do every day? So if I'm going to suck her pussy at some point, it's going to be me and her, not my representative and not some bullshit one-liner that I give. It's authentico, right? Like mama's tomato sauce. You can feel the energy. I don't have to put on. The best game is no game. She's either going to resonate with me, be an honorable man who can spit some fucking game and give some understanding and lead, or not. If not, she can get the fuck out of my face, just like any other male chimpanzee. See how it works? Oh, are you wearing space pants? Because your ass is out of this world. I want to fucking slam my head into the screen when I hear and see these fucking bozos going out and running this shit. And the worst part is half these goofy bitches, if they find a man physically attractive, go, oh, he's so cute and funny. No, he's not. He's a fucking joke. And you should be telling him that. Right? And then they'll say I'm hating. When I'm sitting right there, I go, I don't want to mess with this goofy bitch, but I'm going to say something. You ain't cute and funny. You're a fucking joke, man to man. I don't even care what she says and thinks. And I ain't hating.
Oh, you just gay, Paul.
What now?
That's the type of shit that try to hit you with. Yeah.
No, you were right. Yeah, I didn't hear it. So I had to replay it in my mind. Yeah, no, I've gotten that all my life too. You know, because I don't want to co-create with goofy bitches, and I'm not going to sit right there and watch you all fuck yourselves out of the future playing games. Right? I'm going to speak on it. I think it's fucking nonsense. Right? Or I'll hold my tongue and move away. You know, but this is all the societal games everybody plays where they try to equalize, where there's little to no value. You know, I'm not going to do it. My value comes where everyone else least suspects, right? The builder's rejected. They'll say, go be like Mystery, put a goofy black hat on, paint your nails black, and be a freak show, right? And get some rap down where you know how women's mind works and you can fuck anybody. If I remember when I watched that show on VH1, I was pretty young at the time. I made a decision. I said, I would rather be alone the rest of my life than live like this piece of shit. Not everyone's like that. Most people would rather put on a goofy fuzzy hat, a goofy fucking outfit, paint their nails black, and talk some emo, fake pimping bullshit game. It was so pathetic watching this man go from bar to bar and say the same lines over and over again. I go, is anyone else seeing this and feeling this? How inauthentic this is? This is my nightmare. I go, not only is it my nightmare that he's telling us we have to do this to get with women, it's my nightmare that women would be so inauthentic and non-perceptive that they would believe any of this bullshit and even interact with this person. That to me was, like at one point I used to watch beheading videos. That to me was more of a nightmare than watching people get their face peeled back. I'm serious. It was more traumatizing realizing at that time that there was little to no true real love in this world. That's why in a way I might be a hopeless romantic. Because I watch Mystery go around town pretty much to everywhere, run the same line of bullshit, and fuck every one of those women. I wanted to vomit, right? And then I looked around, I said, well, this makes sense because all the popular people that I know, that I deal with, who don't understand me, I think I understand them, and they're getting all the women, right? And it's like you're living in a nightmare now, where it's just empty people with empty people. And as long as you got a bullshit line rap and some confidence behind it, it would seem, you're going places. And then I had to realize later in life, oh no, this is the short game, like they call it. Oh, this is day game. This is short game. Yeah, because long term, you motherfuckers are going to be alone and broken and divided and with nothing really to show and feel. You know, you're going to be wishing you never lived like that. I don't care how many women you fucked and how many bullshit marriages and children and relationships, all empty and meaningless to me where I sit. Because what's beyond it? What's behind it? Nothing. It's an empty suit, an empty dress, right? That's where the humbleness and humility and reverence before the law and creation comes from. I don't give a fuck what you point to and show me. It doesn't move me. Wise man is not moved by praise nor blame, nor is he moved by worldly possessions, people, places, and things. So I really live like that. I always seem to have this spirit that comes off as if I'm broken and sick and twisted to a lot of these regular slaves. Like I said, I just see the true beyond the false. They see the false as true. I believe I see the true beyond the false. You know, half of what you see, none of what you hear. That's a good rule and a law in life. That's what I learned. Your thoughts, expert light panel. Jack Talcott is here today. He's taken 2 days now from his broadcast, showing up for himself and the people. I'm sure he's rested, right? Because he's so put upon everywhere else. Not only his broadcast, but his life. He has so many responsibilities and so much to do that he really just had to take some time off, you know? couldn't even show up for 10 or 20 minutes a fucking day and say, hey, I'm meditating, brothers and sisters. I'm jerking off and rubbing my knees, just showing some love for the day. No, I couldn't even do that. 2 days, just fucking, hiatus. No report from Talcott. All of us may be wondering, did he fucking drive off a bridge with a woman in the trunk? Stand style. So this is what I mean, man. And they, you want to be part of community, right? There's always something to do. You're always going to have to show up for yourself and others. You always got to bring, if your position is a preacher or a guru or a leader, you're always going to have to be available for the people, right? Like those Orthodox small hat folks, you call them in the middle of the night. They're going to put their shit on and go down and give a good word if they have to, for the community. So what are you doing now, Oshea? If this is the bit, well then, get into it.
I'm looking for, I'm doing my man on the street shit. Here's a couple. We're gonna fucking, I'm live streaming. They want to talk to you. You want to talk to them? They want to talk to you. No, they don't want to talk to you. Fuck, this ain't working. You get kicked out again. I think I got to do employees. Talk to this girl before. Oh, this girl knows about the show. Here, that $5 coffee's going to pay off. Watch this. Hello. Good to see you again. Wait, I thought I was talking to her. Hello, good to see you again. Remember me? I got the show going. He's got the show going right now. Yeah, say hi to the people.
All right, now what you want to do is you want to observe this woman's tone.
Right.
She's giving this tone as if like, please get away from me.
Right.
I really don't know who you are.
This
is insanely creepy. That's what I get from that. Right? Is like, she's like, hey, you remember me? He's like, hey, you remember me? Yeah. It's kind of like, what you expect from Ted Bundy when he shows up at court to the woman who wound up in his trunk. He's like, hey,
then he turns the camera off.
I was so charming the first time. Yeah. I think I remember you. You're the guy who put me in your trunk, right? And then she kind of did one of these, almost like she was waving for help. So it's good to like be able to read yourself and others in the room and kind of put it all together without having to be told. That's something we learn here, I think, more and more. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there was something that I wanted to add real quick. I felt everything you were saying with the broken vessels or empty vessels just being all together and creating what we see now. And it's sad when you just kind of sit and think about it. At least for me.
Right. It's only sad until you realize that then you have an ability to influence, like they all say, the field, and to facilitate, like I do, and to co-create and commune and bring forth whatever's meant to be. Right. Whatever's meant to be for us on the land as a community, I'm already creating that, and we're all part of that, whether we know it or not. Where it goes in the future, 3 to 5 years from now, remains to be seen. But, I don't find it as sad anymore because I know, like they say, the kingdom of heaven is few. I'm just one of those, so I get the opportunity to walk in that lane, being one of the few. Well, there's others out there who are part of the few, and they'll be part of the community, and they'll be part of the experiences that we all get to share. Right. And again, they want to fixate on the sexuality of that. That's a small aspect of life and creation. Where we're going, the world we're going into, people are going to give way less of a thought going forward about sexuality. Okay. Other than to be a procreative function, because you're not even going to have the time and really the ability to hyper focus on all these things and then write them up as taboo. You'll have to reconcile and accept it. You'll have to perform your function, be successful in your world and in your community. And then the time you get over, you share with others and you make love. And then there's times where you're not even motivated to do that, per se. So, that's more and more what I see as I move into a certain space is even though I may be a hypersexual being at times, or I may just want to express in that way, it generally doesn't come about that way. And I'm not going to force it. So what's meant to be will be. And I don't need to make it taboo either, right? It's part of my nature, but not everything is for everybody all the time. Quite the opposite. We see what happens when we live from that space. We create problems for ourselves and each other. So again, what's meant to be will be. If there's meant to be a certain situation where that expresses more with more people, then I'll allow for that to be. If not, I don't need that to happen to justify my beingness or to share an experience that's not meant to happen, right? I'm not here pimping and macking. You know, I'm here, I'm trying to get to something in all ways the right way, you know, and be authentic and true to myself and not have to give anything up I'm not supposed to get something, right? If anything, I give up everything that everyone else is getting to or wanting to get what's true and right and meant for me and others. And I've shown that many times. You know, there's been many times where there's been opportunity in my life that I don't take because I just don't think that it's going to be beneficial long term for me in the whole, right? It's not about what I could get from it short term. You know, it's not about what I could get it from it for worldly benefit and privileges. You know, that's the only way somebody could do what I do when it comes to the other aspects. You are in anything you do, who you are in everything you do. So rights, freedom, and principles, you got to be a certain person. I'm not for sale, right? Same thing when it comes to interaction, interpersonal. I'm not for sale. They could say that I'm clever sometime and charming and that I got away with words. At this time, wasn't always that way. And that I can seemingly get my way or be endeared to people. More and more I step into that, right? But I'm not for sale and I'm not motivated by being liked. Right? I'm motivated by a passion for truth and displaying that and creating a common bond and then sharing experience if it's meant to be. If not, we keep it moving. You know?
Very good. Very good. That's dope.
Ooh, that was dope. You can't give me a Joe Cool once in a while? You know, Joe Cool's the best hype man ever. Someone could say some extremely stupid, nonsensical shit, and Joe Cool would just go, ooh, that was dope. And you'd start believing maybe they said something.
Hell nah.
All right, where are we at here, man? Nobody wants to come up. Bunch of bitches and hoes talking for months and years already. Like here every day, all day. A lot of them don't even want to come up, show themselves, kick it around. Knowing damn well
I think they're just enjoying the monologue and me adding my little.
No. What is this? What the fuck is this? One man show? Right? If that's the case, then I'll go do that. I'll go to every city and I'll do like O'Shea. I'll do 30 people per city and I'll do one man show. And then motherfuckers got to pay per view. See, I'm bag chasing now. I'm learning a lot from Antoine. You don't get to have it always, right? You want me to monologue? I mean, sometimes that makes me feel a certain way and to get the flow. And then I just drop the mic and it's nothing but silence. It's awkward for me. You know, I'm a person too, right? I'm a human being. You know, I wouldn't want a fucking genuine interaction from time to time. I wouldn't mind some of these beautiful women coming up like Monica, a little bit of eye candy, you know, creating a bond and an understanding, and then maybe me going to Vegas just to hang out with Bryan Oshea, of course. And possibly.
Damn, man. After a lot of the shit that you say, there's really nothing else to add to it.
Right. And there's nothing else to do except go and provide service to Monica after a hard day working with folks like Bryan Oshea. Can you believe what that woman's dealing with?
Oh.
Woman's a saint.
Yeah, bless her heart.
Right. And I would like to show my appreciation to her, presuming that she is, of course, an honorable, respectable woman, which remains to be seen.
Shit, I may hit that now right now.
Whoa. Well, there you go. That's why these African Americans got all these baby mamas.
Yeah, not me.
Well, not you, because you're taking 2.0, right? Most African Americans, they're out, you know, hitting multiples, right? You hit it and don't quit it. Right? You're like you're making life decisions at the bar.
Oh man.
Rob Cleveland's bringing out cakes at Applebee's with fireworks going on. I'm taking, I love you. He goes to him ahead of time. Hey, bring out the red velvet cake with the fireworks coming off of it. I'm taking.
Oh,
like, what? Even the white women in the back of Applebee's are like, why is that young black man doing that to himself? Right? He's going around telling people he's taking, setting up cakes coming to the table, taking Facebook with a cake like this. I'm like, man, this ain't gonna end well.
Oh man, we came to a mutual understanding.
Right. Yeah, that's what you always wind up hearing, right? With them taking people. Like 6 months later, when they're no longer taken, we came to a mutual understanding. Nobody was ever taken to begin with.
Oh shit.
We were in our confusion and imagination, is what it was.
I was. And I was sort of desperate, I guess. I mean, sort of throwing it at me. So I just went along.
Right, but that's the difference between, and that's what I say about like just being open to share experiences and not qualifying it. That's the women start to get us into that, right? They'll even do it down there. Oh, see, they're doing it right now. They're right? Like you think Rob Cleveland as a man want to hear women go oh? If you're a man and want to hear women make that noise, I think there's something wrong with you. You need a mama. Right, that's like how they talk about a child. Oh, so like they're sucker for that shit because they want to be your mama, right? At home, that's why all these monogamy boys get mamas because they're romantic like that. I want to be taken with you forever. Woman goes, oh, and then 6 months later, she don't respect you. You ain't leading nothing. She ain't listening, right? All the rest of the problems, fighting over money and bullshit. So. You call it egoic, but I just believe a man has to be and retain his position and status with or without a woman. And that's an independent being. I can't be about truth and freedom if I'm about, that ain't the noise you make. You go, when you see motherfucker like me having to sacrifice and deal with some shit the rest of these slaves who are taken won't deal with. And I'm not insulting Rob Cleveland. I don't ever come at him for that type of shit because he just sits and listens and learns, right? And he'll keep it real. So we have like no problem. What he does and doesn't do in his life, rights, freedom, principles, I don't even care that much. Now, when it comes down to us doing business or dealing together at some point, I have to see him battle tested like anybody else because I'm not going to equally yoke myself or go into business long term, any kind of business. That's what copulation and co-creation is, going into business. So if I'm going to be fucking you, I better be damn sure on some level that you have some kind of understanding with me about who and what we are and what we're here to do, if that makes sense. Because I can't be sleeping with the enemy, right? I can't have a liability. It just doesn't work for me, So I'm able to trust. I'm able to respect. You just got to show me something. I'm a show me, don't tell me kind of person. And you'll see it come out, right? You don't even really have to test people directly. You just, leave some shit out, right? Talk about something that you're getting to or that you have. See, I won't show shit like that to get women, but I'll talk about what I have or what I could do, or I'll talk about certain things to see how they respond, and that's the difference. So I just believe in free expression and free love, and then whatever's meant to be there is going to be there over time. All right. It's the same thing I would say about Jennifer, who is leaving now. It's the same thing I would say about her, regardless of what our short-term game is. Long-term, she's going to be in my life because of the way that she thinks, feels, act, chooses, and conduct herself. That's about her beingness. Same thing goes for me. I'm going to be in her life probably forever on some level because of the way that I think, feel, talk, act, and my beingness. That's where your value comes from. That's where your staying power comes from. That's where a happy relationship comes from. I don't see any other way to get it. But Rob Cleveland, what happens if somebody, the neighbor, wants to fuck Jennifer, Rob Cleveland? Rob Cleveland, are you there? I got the same hypothetical question over and over again. Uh-oh, Jennifer's leaving me notes.
Oh, there's a ghost with the neighbor.
They're a mystery now. All right. She kept telling me she's fucking with me a little bit because she kept telling me what, like, she'll give me the rundown. And so yesterday the daughter comes in and she goes, "You're always telling me what you're going to do for the day." She's like, "I don't care." I go, "See?" I go, "See, this one's just like me." Right? Because I go, "It's not that I don't care. It's that, like, free yourself from that whole situation. right? It's going to be okay, you know? And again, I suspect that a lot of this shit comes from with these people being harassed from day one by their parents and everyone in their life. They're men, right? Jennifer, where are you going today? What are you doing? I need the rundown. I need to know where you're at. I tell her from day one, don't give me the fucking rundown. I have trust and faith, not only in you, but in the process. You go be free, fly free, right? The same thing I would want for me, I want for you. So don't feel like if she wants to do that and enjoys doing that, I'm not down on it. I'm just saying I want to make sure that in her that she's as free and empowered as possible and loving as possible and able to feel like she doesn't have to account to me. She accounts to herself and whatever that conscience is, whatever that living God is, so to speak. You know, so yeah, I don't perpetuate all the symptoms and systems that the rest of these chimpanzees do. I break them, whether it's governmental, policy based, spiritual based, political based, interpersonal relationship based. It's all the same thing to me. Attachment, bondage styles, codependencies. Right? It's far from the idea that I don't care about her. It's because I care about her and have trust and respect and am free loving that I extend that. Right? Go live your life. Do whatever you need to do. I'm not going to be sitting here worried about it. If I catch myself worried about it, that's something I need to work on with me. Right? It just doesn't happen anymore. There was a time where I just sat in one place worried about what a goofy bitch was going to do that was going to affect my life. It's not going to happen. I don't care if you're in my life and we have a mutual love and care and respect for each other. I don't care if you're in my life and none of that's there. And now I'm feeling that push, pull, tug on my ego. I just go right into what the fuck is the next thing I'm going to do to focus on who and what I need to be and what I need to affect change in this reality. You know, I'm not giving that. Go ahead.
I was trying to tell my ex a lot of these things, and she just doesn't get it.
Yeah, they're not ready. You know, a lot of them are not ready. They want to live by and abide by all the constructs that they saw growing up and what they think is put here for their best interest. That's why I say, like, them women next to you, the state of is their daddy. I don't give a fuck what she's calling you when you're running that long dick in her, like Anton likes to say. You might run that long dick in her, and for a brief moment, she's going to call you daddy. But the majority of these hoes, right, they're just like the men that they fuck with. They're for the streets, as they say. They're for the state of.
Woo.
State of is their daddy, right? Beginning and end. So they got that policy, statute, and code. They got that public full system up in them, and they're not going to waver from it. And they're going to sit there and throw you right under the bus at the right time for that opportunity. Just like the Joker told everybody, this little code you all have, right? It only works for your selfish interest. At the moment of controversy and conflict, you will all burn each other and eat each other. And that's exactly what the fuck I see. You think that they write antagonist characters like myself and call it an evil guy who then brings out some of the best game in the whole thing and why this all shit exists in the first place? They know what they're doing. They'll take aspects of self. They'll take the hero, make it a character. They take the antagonist, the anarchist, no masters, no slaves. They'll make it a character, right? They'll take every aspect of oneself that is out of balance in most people, and they'll make it its own character to express fully from that narrative to show you there's a whole picture here, you know? And I try to do the same thing. I try to bring up the aspects of myself, let them express, step back on it, reflect on it, and show you the bigger picture of what self is, of how it all works together, the light and the dark, the knowledge of good and evil, understanding of self and every other self in the universe that we're in. So, you know, this narrative hasn't changed from the beginning of time. The way that they convey this narrative through art forms has not changed to the beginning of time. If you watch closely, you will see the whole game has not changed, only the names and the faces, and the rules are still the same. And you're either going to be on this side or that side, you know, and then there's a neutral space, right? I do good because it feels better. It's almost like a drug. It's a tool. I do good because it feels good. Then I step back and I have a neutral space, understanding that good and evil works hand in hand for a bigger purpose, for a bigger story, for a bigger understanding, for a bigger simulation. So that's how you reconcile self while you have self, living in a world where you have purpose and meaning to do. And then when it's time to die, you step back to the neutral space where it never really mattered. It only matters when you're in a material form. Matter. When you disconnect from this vessel, there's no more matter or meaning and purpose because you don't have the vessel. You're not having a human experience. See, when I left my body, I wasn't having a human experience anymore. So none of this shit matters. It's what allowed me to do what I do with so much passion, having this vessel, and then step back from it and be able to cope with all of it. Because I know that beyond the material form, this shit does not matter. It only has purpose and meaning because we have this human experience and we're here to do as that and be as that. And anytime we want, we can step back even within ourselves into that space of everything's fine. Everything's what it needs to be. We're loving and peaceful while being inspired and empowered. That's what Jack Talcott sits in most of his life. He sits in the blissed out space of knowing that beyond this form, none of it matters. That's fine. I'm not down on that. You can use that. There's another side to that. While you have this form, you're here to use it like a tool to do and be and create and influence. If you're not doing that process together as a whole and you're at war with that process or you haven't reconciled that process, you don't have it completely. And I'm not claiming I have it completely. I've just come to this understanding and I've worked it into my life and I see the results, not only when it comes to a presentment and a broadcast or at court or with policy enforcement, but when it comes to managing my own inner space away from here, right? If anything, I guess at best you could say, I'm addicted to this process only because I get in this flow space of speaking, and doing this is preferable to doing anything else without the day, you know? And that's really a testament to the power of the word and that flow state, you know? So then when I'm done doing this, right? And that's why folks naturally will say, do this more, because it's almost a process where when I'm done doing this, there's nothing left to do other than tasks and chores in the world. So there's 8 hours of this, 8 hours of that, and 8 hours of rest, you know? And you know, you could play with that even too. 8 hours of this, 8 hours of beingness, sharing experience and sharing love on different levels, or just being in my body, you know, if I'm not doing, just being, and then 8 hours of sleep. So, yeah, I think that, you know, we should practice that. You know, 8 hours generating our living in the world, 8 hours practicing being in the world but not of it, and then 8 hours of sleeping to recharge our vessel to live that life and that lifestyle, if that makes sense. Your thoughts? I heard some piping up there, I think.
No, all of it made sense, man. I'm just sort of in awe. It's just going, man, just flowing, and it's just nonstop.
Did Paul have an NDE, a near-death experience? I might have not known it. I mean, I've overdosed a couple of times, and they had to call the people to bring me back, and I woke up and felt dead. My body was like cold. But no, I left my body. At least that's what it appeared to me, or that's the memory I have. Because I don't know how hallucination and all that works. I don't presume to know, like everybody else, how it all works. I just know what's there and the experience I report. It could all be an illusion. What is real, man? Did Paul have an NDE and a near-death experience? No, I was shooting pretty much everything I get my hands on. See, the weird thing about me, I've always been a cosmic gambler, and it's kind of scary to me. It brings up something in me to even talk about this shit because it's like really sick on one level. Like in the physical vessel, it's a really sick, broken state of beingness I was in, but it was a state where I was kind of testing on myself. So I was testing consciousness and awareness and changing that and see what it all meant. And I was using myself as a lab rat in a sense because I thought that I had no purpose here. So because I thought I had no purpose and meaning and no value in the world, I was going to use myself as a vessel to test certain things in order to understand more about who and what we are and then report that if I was able. So at one point I was, you know, once I started shooting heroin because I got addicted to it, sniffing it and smoked it. And then once you do those, you almost have to shoot it or you get sick. So I got onto that, you know, injectable path. And then once I got on that path, it became, well, I got so used to injecting shit that anytime I would use a drug, I would try to inject it to see what the difference were and what would happen. So it's very sick in a way, twisted scientism, worldly mindset in a way, because they'll do this shit to animals all day and nobody will bat an eye. But if I talk about doing this on myself, but never harming animals or people with it, they'll say he's sick and twisted. Right. I'd rather harm myself to learn more than to harm others to learn more. It's pretty sick and twisted, huh? So, right. So I was shooting PCP at the time, if I remember correctly, because I just wanted to see, well, this is such a fascinating chemical and what it does with the consciousness when you smoke it. I want to see what it does when you inject it, because everything's pretty much amplified when you inject it tenfold or more. So I injected it, and as I remember it, I pretty much was leaving my body and floating around, and not feeling how it feels to have a body, and then looked at my body and then went back to it. And I was aware, I guess, that the body was not me. I was the conscious and awareness that was moving around independently and observing, and that I was simply beholden to that body for some reason, right? Like, I had the body, I'm using it, it's there for me to use and to inhabit, but it's not who and what I am. So I just attribute this experience to another process on my journey to solidify to me an understanding that allowed me to do what I do, right? To be present and conscious and aware, and to be fluid and dynamic, but not be bound to this physical beingness. So in the world and not of it, right? So it would seem to me that's what those experiences are for, so that when you go back to your world day to day, you could do shit no one else does, because you're aware. Just like I talk about the Muslims, they're aware that their body is not their true beingness. So they're like almost ready and willing to put that on the line if they have to, go past their fears, to stand on the purest form of who and what they are, which is a spiritual metaphysical beingness. It's what we call the word, right? The word really just describes, if we're doing it right, the purest state of consciousness, beingness, and awareness. When even if you are in that state separate from your body, there really is no, I guess, I don't want to say something that's not completely true and correct, but the way I perceived it was almost beyond, as the Tao says, good and evil, beyond rights, freedom, and principles. That was just what we do with this body on the land to secure what we think we have, the extensions of ourselves. But the purest conscious and awareness, separate from the body, doesn't know rights, freedom, and principles, doesn't know good and evil, doesn't know war and peace. It just is, right? And just beingness is just enough, right? It's calm, it's peaceful, it's enlightening, right? There's no burden, there's no weight, there's nothing to do. Just being, just is. And that's the thing. That's why I say I don't rebuke Talcott and the rest of these bliss ninnies outright for their experience. Their experience is valid and valuable if they could language it out and apply it, because I just don't believe. And again, maybe this is where he's right and I'm wrong. I don't believe the truest state of beingness in this vessel is to do little to nothing and just to feel pure consciousness, awareness, and bliss all day, every day. That's your rock. That's your bedrock. That's your coping mechanism. That's your spiritual faith center. But you got to do and be and create on some level, at least while we're here. And then when it's time to go, it's time to go, right? Not everything is done, but nothing is left undone.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, so I wouldn't take any of those experiences back. I wouldn't promote them for anyone else. I don't think using these drugs is necessarily healthy and proper. But then there's the other side of it. Terrence McKenna, whether he's agent or not, I will echo his sentiments that sexuality and psychoactive substances are a gateway to boundary dissolution states of beingness. This is why I don't not promote, but I'm more open to experiencing the group mammalian dynamic on all levels, including sexuality, because I just see so much boundaries that are not functional and healthy, and I don't think necessary. I think it's a construct, right? So my experimentation with conscious and awareness and leaving my body and reconciling the spirit and the body has taught me, it would seem, that we don't need to have any fears of these things. We just need to direct this energy properly and do what's true and correct and communicate effectively, right? If I ask women that I'm dealing with, hey, have you ever had a communicable disease? Have you ever had an XYZ? I'm not going to get into it, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about if you know. Have you ever had the XYZ? You need to tell me what the fuck you've done and how you've lived. If you don't do that, you dishonor yourself and the truth, and you don't allow me to make an informed decision. I don't give a fuck what you feel. So I've asked women, hey, you have anything or ever had anything? And they'll tell me, yeah, I have something or I've had something, but it's gone. Okay, well, I'm going to make a decision not to deal with you sexually because it's not me. Maybe it's my fears or insecurities, but I get to make that informed decision. At some point, as I go along and experience, I may change that. Right. But again, there's no world that you get to live in where you get to have certain experiences, pick up certain diseases or whatever it is, and then not tell future partners about that. And that's why typically a lot of my experiences in certain ways I've kept metaversally, because in the physical realm, I've met a couple people, and through talking with them before we ever touched each other, I had it revealed. And that's when I realized this thing is a program and you better not play with it, Paulie boy, because you're going to get burned. Right? Pun intended. You're going to get burned if you play this game of your will versus the will, because you're going to get one of these goofy bitches down here who, if you didn't really put them on fucking trial and ask them in certain ways and bring it out of them, you're going to go playing with them for an experience, and you're going to wind up with something that you can't get rid of. That's going to mark you, right? And to me, I'm not trying to like down on anybody, but and anybody's experience, because again, the other side of that is this shit probably can all be healed and reversed if we know what we need to know. But for me, as an ego or as a man of faith or honor or care, right? It just shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen because, again, I'm not jumping into bed with nobody without interviewing them, getting an interview of who and what they are, and being satisfied, right? And if I'm not satisfied, then I ain't doing that. And if I get an interview of you and you're somehow able to deceive me, which hasn't really been known to happen nowadays, but I'm sure it's possible. I won't test the universe. You can get one by me and you can do that on the strength of that. That ain't right for you or me or anyone else. So, again, I'm just all the way real about it. I do what other folks won't do. The bozo's sitting next to you, I keep it all the way real. I'm out. I look at women. I'm attracted to them physically, but I'm deeply aware and conscious of the fact that not everyone is for everybody all the time by any means. And that if you play with these people and you go to thinking that you're going to go up and see how I am on the broadcast, I'm able to do it. That's what scares me, is I'm able to do it probably as good or better than anyone. I can go do Mystery 2.0, walk up to women, pimp and Mac, never sell out my principles, just be who and what I am, have a big stomach hanging out, and you're going to see how I'm received by them. They're going to say, that's daddy. But I can't play that game because I'm going to go to wanting to jump in bed with them, and then I'm going to trick myself out of position for a long-term game. Can't happen. Right? So I walk in a strange kind of two worlds at all time experience, whether it's spirit and body, whether it's, form versus function, pleasure versus purpose. And I think that's most of us, whether we know it or not. Might be all of us. There's only one self. So how could I talk about me and not be talking about you if I'm perceiving correctly? Your thoughts, panel, on any of this? Give me some thoughts here.
I think you're perceiving it correctly, man. I mean, this shit's just resonating, all of it.
Well, this is why they said we don't want to hear these fucking loser failures around you. We want to hear all Paulie all the time. This is Unslavia. What gives? So I had to give him a little bit of that today. So, I better be getting to the bag, like Anton says. They better be coming forth with some face cream deals and just like paying me. Isn't that what it's all about, Cleveland? People need to just
paydays tomorrow, so I got
me
you
all the time, man. Matter of fact, Cleveland, I was thinking the other day, because I kind of like the monetization, something about it. I don't like the fact that YouTube takes a third, not for taxes, just outright because they're pimping and hoeing. They go, hey, whatever you create here, we're taking a third of that. Outright. I go, all right, whatever. 33%.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I like the super chat thing too, just because for me, I like seeing my name up there, and with the numbers, and you get to put a little message, and the creator will usually interact with that, and that's
then
what
I
I
get
like.
ad revenue, and there's benefits and privileges. But then I had to ask myself again: do I want to open the door to these problems? Do I want to go back to that way of living where now, in a way, I open the door to some level of codependency with them people as partners in their games? Or do I just keep it as it is and go on the faith? And then that's what I always decide to do more and more to test myself. Because, I like the super chat thing. It's $2 from people here and there, but then I get to highlight the comment. They get priority. It creates sort of a dynamic. And then it's good for me, right? Because then people are going to fight for that thing. It's only a couple bucks. Each person don't give a fuck. But by the end of the day, it feels like something. You know.
Yeah, and the more money you spend, the longer it's up there.
I didn't know that, but yeah, it's not even about that. It gives a mechanism to create more for interaction and for benefits and privileges for me. And then, you know, I guess too, what I want to do at some point, because then it's like they say, okay, you got to get to the bag. And I'm not down on that. Everybody should be able to make a living. But then again, if you're not really in need, you got to kind of watch that because it's never enough. But then it's like, okay, well, how do you do that in a way that doesn't sell out who and what you are and maybe creates an energy? And the best way I've seen it done is like a raffle. You know, everybody gives $2. If 1,000 people contribute and one person or 3 people have an opportunity to make, you know, $300, $400, $500, then I put 500 in my pocket. Everyone gets 300 to 500. Everybody only threw in $2. They didn't give a fuck anyway, right? So, you know, those are the kind of situations I've thought about in the past doing. But then right away, and you see how it works with this ascetic warrior too. He don't even want to open up his Cash App because A, he don't want to compete with me and fuck with my shit. And B, he doesn't want to be perceived as somebody who's coming here money motivated. But then I go, bro, you guys are spending all your time, energy, attention here. That's your greatest resource. You can't get that back. You know you need fiat or some kind of value in the world to get what you need in the world, even if you're not of it. So why not open that door to create that opportunity, right? And that's the thing. It's not about getting to the bag. It's about, as Antoine said, if he really lives that way, it's about being in love with the money and what the money could get you. You know, access to women, they think, access to certain rooms and certain conversations. I don't want it that way. I don't want women and other people looking to come up on me because of what the fuck I have. Right? If that's going to be the case, I'd rather it be knowledge and understanding and love than be money. It's still a dangerous game. When people want to come up on you because they think you got some knowledge, understanding, and love in you or some kind of power, you're still going to try to use you, right? But that's when, you know, it becomes learning for everybody, whether people know it or not. You know, you can come into something with an intention. By the end of it, you're going to learn something. If everybody or someone is doing their job correctly, you know, living by the truth life. Go ahead.
I think a lot of people are messed up in the concept of that long game that you're talking about.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom, wizard.
All right. In the manner of seeking out the things for the long game term, it's a manual existence, and they seek out things for their own existence. And this is their long game. Whereas the long game that I pose, again, in regards to manifesting, most people manifest the thing, which is a manual setup. And again, that's their long game. Whereas the long game I pose is the manifesting of a path, which is the long game of not what you're going to gain in life that you possess, but rather what you gain in life so you can leave it for the next generation. And that's the positive aspect of building things in your life so it's better for the next generation. And what we end up doing is we placate that, well, we're such a great man, we make millions of dollars, and we leave that behind for our next generation. That's not the concept. You're leaving that manual existence for the next generation and not the spiritual existence. So all of our efforts in life as a long-term goal tend to be materialistic rather than spiritual. And that's a major problem. Everybody poses to be spiritual, but they follow the manual setup. I yield.
Your thoughts, expert panel? All right, we might call it.
Mucho agreed with what Word Wizard was saying.
We might, I think I'm going to call it now because we're coming up on time anyway. And I got to get out of here at some point and go at least take care of a couple chores, I guess you could say. So where are we at now? Normal time. It's 11:43 here, 10:43. So yeah, maybe like by 12:40, we'll or less, maybe 45 minutes. I'm gonna prepare the regular broadcast for folks who want to join. And yeah, I guess I'll see you folks over there. So give me some final words.
You're still doing the regular broadcast? Okay.
Yeah, bro. That's I listen. I set certain habits for myself, and then I stick to that. I'm a creature of habit, and then what I decide is like I'll scale it down at some point. Like regularly, generally, I like to do 2 hours with that. Do breaking slave news, my commentary. We have a little bit of back and forth, whatever's going on. Maybe we throw in some metaversal miscreants. So 2 hours or less on that. This was kind of an impromptu thing this morning because I saw folks were kind of up and active, and I've been up early, and there's not much to do, so I listen to music, check in with somebody, and then that's how you get wrapped up every time, right? So, what the fuck else? Oh yeah, I want to start doing on that. I don't know if I'm going to use a third channel or just even create a fourth one. And I want to start doing gun reviews, where I talk about guns. I don't know how that's going to play out, if they're going to try to fuck with me for that or try to create this thing where, like, this is the thing. I now can't do a lot of times, it feels like, what I want to do. I may want to do a reefer channel. So they're going to say, oh, we're seeing this guy in front of a bunch of plants, and we're going to count him and decide if he's doing illegal shit, try to fuck with him. Oh, we see he's got guns, and we're going to try to call him a terrorist or say that he fucking didn't do legal process somewhere, And again, this is where I have to go past my fears into faith that I'm not doing no wrong. Everything I do is lawful. As I've stated many times, I'm on Arizona. I could buy and sell guns privately all fucking day long. But again, when you're dealing with the metaverse, you're bringing the feds into it. So you get online and start talking about guns you bought lawfully in the state of, well, the feds say, oh, that's not lawful federally. So we're going to send the feds in to talk to Paulie Boy about lawful property that he bought and sold privately on that land by state of rules. So this is, again, a different game that I'm playing in where everything I say and do, I'm going to be held to a double, triple, quadruple standard, depending on who wants to come up today, who wants to prove a point. So, yeah, I kind of got to watch that and know that and then decide what I'm going to do with that. So, maybe what I do is I just don't show any of my guns because I really don't even have any guns. There's trust property that I use, maintain, and upkeep. Maybe I just get access to a gun store, and just all the guns I show are not mine. So there's that. I'm handling them and talking about them, but I don't own them. Maybe that's what I'll have to do. So I'll figure out how I want to, do this if I want to do it, because again, I enjoy guns and what they stand for. It's a fascinating piece of technology. And a lot of them are nice looking too, to me. And yeah, I just think that there's also content there, and it gives me a way to kind of get out of a box or get out of a pigeonhole that I think everyone creates for themselves, where they start to expand as a character or beingness and just show different aspects of themselves and what they're into. So yeah, I see value in that process. I know there's going to be an audience. There's probably a lot of folks that'll show up from this audience to just watch me show guns and talk about them, to maybe use them and give my opinion on them and tell you how I use them and if I think that they're good or not. I mean, other bozos are doing it and people are watching, so I could do what they do just like anyone else. Your thoughts on any of that? Let's get some final thoughts on that and then whatever else, and then let's wrap up, and I'm going to get ready to do what we do.
Yeah, I'm one of those bozos that watches those bozos that do that. So there's that. And yeah, man, just a fire impromptu broadcast today. Appreciate it. Appreciate you having me up. And I'll see you on the next one. I might still be up.
So Cleveland, we did 3 hours and 45 minutes, and I made $2 from Niall Roman. And Niall Roman likes to do this thing.
Well, I get paid tomorrow, so I got you.
No, Cleveland. I don't. To be honest with you, bro, there's certain people who I don't mind, and then with you, it's like, it's the same thing with O'Shea. And maybe I shouldn't say it like this because it's like I'm talking down to you. You guys are hardworking people. You sacrifice. You know, I see you sleeping during the day, up all night, dealing with these slaves. You know, O'Shea has given up a home to be homeless, so he sacrificed. And I want you guys to treat yourselves and do what you need to do for yourselves first and foremost. I mean, if I guess at the end of the day, if you get value here and you have everything you need and then some, and you don't mind, whatever. But it's the point is Niall Roman is an asshole because he sends me $2 and then sends me these messages that go along with them. Right? Like he goes, here's your $2 for super chat. It's like, thank you. You know, that wasn't what I was talking about, Niall Roman, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. Okay. I appreciate your enthusiasm and I appreciate you contributing. I was talking about what tended to happen when we had the channel, the Paul and Slave channel, when we had the green line going and the membership dynamic and the super chats. It was like a thing. And then I could do beheadings, right? It created a whole thing where like I could make an honest living by beheading people metaversally. Who doesn't want to do that in their life? You know, like I used to say, hey, I'd love to be able to make a living beheading these people. If not really in reality, metaversally. They go, yeah, it's a great gig if you can get it. Well, there we were. You know, I just put someone up on the chopping block. Hey, you know, $100 for this guy to be fucking burned at the stake and thrown out, you know, and his corpse mounted and penetrated. I could just say whatever I want metaversely because I'm not actually doing it. So I get a whole simulation venue here where I could just say whatever I want because the creator knows my heart and I'm not doing any of that. So I'm not subject to that law of karma. See what the Luciferians taught me? That's why they say I'm a Mason, you know, but I get to play with that, make an honest living. Okay, let's burn this guy at the stake because he's horrible on the air. No one wants him here. And everyone throws $2. Burn him, burn him. $2 more. Burn him, burn him. That was fun in its own twisted, morbid way. It's like a game where we get to go back in our genetics and figure out what it was like to live in a world where that used to be real. Somebody was a miscreant, reprobate, infidel scum. Everybody gets in town and just hang the slave and throw stuff at him and go on with their day. Now, I would never want to necessarily live that. Maybe I've gotten soft, but metaversally, I don't mind. Teaches people a fucking lesson. As long as you can respawn, there's no harm done. That's what I want to believe.
Yeah, everybody but Jack.
Yeah, I might have to monetize again over here and see what happens. Because I like that. I want to do more beheadings. And when I do it like this way, it just doesn't feel the same. Like the other day I had somebody, you know, we did a beheading and it was like 2 people gave and they paid the whole thing. And it felt dirty to me. Right. I felt dirty. And it was a user vibe to it. Right. So it's one thing when even we do it out publicly. And like Yogi one time, he paid the whole 100, had someone thrown out. I go, whoa, look at him. You know, but it doesn't have to be that way. We do it this way, like no one knows who's contributing. I mean, I guess I was yelling it out, so it was still kind of an energy, but it's just different when you see it popping up and it's $2, $2, $2, and a message. And it just creates a whole energy in the room. So I may have to go back to that just off the strength of making an honest living and metaversely beheading folks and creating a community dynamic, right? The community always bonds over tragedy. That's what I found. Like 9/11. You remember the day after 9/11, how everyone was together and bonded? All we needed is a couple buildings blown up and a few thousand people killed, and everyone was back to rights, freedom, and principles. Bam, overnight. So I like to do the same thing here. Again, I've learned a lot from the Luciferians. We could just behead Illumitami once a day. It's a tragedy, metaversally, but we bond over that. And we immediately come back to rights, freedom, principles, and being godly people. Your thoughts on any of this, O'Shea?
Yeah, I did a pay-per-view of my...
Hello?
I did a pay-per-view of...
Mr. O'Shea, go ahead.
I did a pay-per-view of my open mic the other night. I said $30. You guys get to see the open mic. So someone paid it right away. And I don't know. Like I said, that dirty feeling though. I don't know about, because I was thinking about even today because the TaskRabbit app's not
You low-life scumbag piece of shit. How fucking dare you take somebody's money to see that hacky set you're going to do for the 1,000th fucking time with the same material? You give that man his $30 back immediately.
Well, the thing was, I even said it. I said,
are you
I'm
that
not
desperate, you lazy slave? You got all that opportunity out there. You got all them fucking pretty hoes running around who got a mind on them and a heart too. Where'd they come out of? Right? You got the fucking TaskRabbit out the ass, and you're gonna sit here and beg these people to pay to watch you when this is promotion for you. You low life scumbag.
I just
don't even try to talk right now until I'm done insulting you and getting you back in line. How dare you? Immediately don't go and watch Bryan O'Shea's next broadcast. No, I'm taking it all away. This is why I can't have any of you here. I have you here for 3 seconds. You get 30 viewers, and now you're fucking hijacking people. You're doing hijacking. Hey, I'll perform my shitty comedy set if you send me $30. How fucking dare you? Have I ever done anything like that once? Ever? Did I ever hijack the audience and say, pay me or you don't see me and withhold love? You are the lowest form of life. Because I let people in on your story and let them get attached to you and endeared to you, even though you're a bizarre cretin. You're now going to use that for your own benefit and advantage and hold these people hostage when they know the whole damn set by now. How do you sleep at night, Bryan Oshea, is what I'm asking. How do you live with yourself? Being this fucking desperate and pathetic, embarrassing, and lacking in any kind of discipline or morals or will or ethics. It's not even logical, O'Shea. Now someone's running around town going, I can't believe I paid Bryan Oshea $30 to see the same hacky set with nobody laughing. So you ruined your fucking credibility for $30 fucking dollars. Was it worth it? Why don't you sell some mugs too? Some mugs and a fucking welcome mat. Go ahead.
That's the way of the world, though.
What's the use even talking to you? Just right now, I'm taking it all away. Don't go to his broadcast. Unsubscribe immediately. Okay? Don't give him any more attention and validation because he doesn't know what to do with it. A man's shown when you give him power, put his back against the wall, and you guys fail every time. So now I take it all away. It's over. Now you go back to your obscure, mediocre, lukewarm life and lifestyle. You did it.
Well,
you did it. And you know what? It's a good thing you told me because I just found out anyway. I appreciate your honesty. It's still all going away. It has to. But I appreciate your honesty and you being forthcoming. I'll respect you as you go back to your obscure, mediocre lifestyle. I'll respect you. Okay? And maybe we can work our way back. It's going to be a long way back, though. You're really going to have to show me and the people. But, it's good. Most people would have lied and held off and made me find it out and really, rip into them, which I didn't do that with you.
Well, you didn't.
No, I mean, I just told him what I saw and what I'm experiencing that he needs to hear. He knows it. Why do you think he came here with his head down? He needed this. He came here and goes, yeah, I'm just going to bring something up right now, something he's been waiting to talk about. Something he knew I was going to find out about that I didn't know about yet. Because he knew that if I knew about it, I'd have fucking ripped his ass the first 30 minutes of this broadcast. All right. And then he comes to me, yeah, I kind of did something too. What, Bryan Oshea? All right. Well, I raped a child and I basically made everyone pay me to watch it. Right. And I go, you did what? Yeah, I raped a child and I basically paid everyone to watch me do it. I made them pay me to watch it. So yeah, how much are you going to lower yourself and disgrace yourself and disempower yourself? All just get to a few bucks. You could have did TaskRabbiting. And again, it'd be one thing if this was like a special, Bryan Oshea special. I guarantee if I go see that $30 performance that he did for half a steak dinner, which is how comedians get paid in steak dinner at best, those folks. I guarantee if I go watch that set, it's going to be the same shit that I've heard 1,000 times. You can't do that. Not in this game. And now he's frozen. Was the $30 worth it, Bryan Oshea? You're still frozen like a fish stick. You can't even communicate. So $30 you can get proper internet connection to even talk right now. So you can't even defend yourself. Not that there's any defense, right? It's indefensible behavior. I'm just saying if you wanted to, you could. Because you have rigor mortis, is what it appears on my screen. Fascinating.
He's becoming a capitalist. Well, I'm gonna run. You want any content for them sometime? I don't know, but it was weird that you want me to tell you maybe I don't know. Went to the Mayan pyramids, and it was weird feeling there. I know everybody talks about them, but I didn't think anything about it till we went there. And you look at all that, that civilization before. Something about it, and you can ignore everything else, that they're selling goods there and all that, and not paying attention to that. But the feeling you get, and I'm thinking about those kind of civilization, and we're now in our civilization, same thing but different time. And all the stories, you don't know what the real stories are, but there is that building there, and a lot of them around it that it's just weird. I didn't think it'd be as weird as till I got there.
There's a lot of slaves there. Could you imagine if we didn't if I wasn't so magnanimous and loving and forgiving, how many infidel slaves I'd have had to bleed out on an altar in front of everyone? Seriously. Yeah. I mean, these people used to volunteer to get killed just to stand for.
That's what they say.
Now they don't stand for nothing and they get scared of getting killed. Well, back in them days,
that's just how much people.
Hold on, sir. I'm laying out the imagery here. Don't.
No.
I'm painting a picture. This is my version of the Sistine Chapel. So, these folks, a lot of them that you see on the metaversal miscreants, they'd have been brought to the top of that obelisk statue and just cut open and bled out in front of everyone. Then you just kick their heart down for the other slaves to kind of devour, because they need protein anyway. You can never get enough protein. So, yeah, I mean, that's what it was. There was no unconditional love. There was no forgiveness of folks and their constant incompetence, intransigence, interference. And again, it's only because we look into self that we reconcile that this forgiveness is necessary, because a lot of us have been there at one point and we have been redeemable. So we have to extend that. But back in these times, you just take these slaves up there like Tommy, who 6 months straight show that they're insane and can't get right. You just cut them open, bleed them out on the stone, and kick their heart down to the slaves to cut up and boil it. They eat it raw sometimes too. That's the best protein. It wasn't pretty, but they viewed it as necessary to create order amongst a bunch of disorderly slaves who don't know right from wrong.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. It sure definitely feels different feeling. I didn't expect to feel that way.
Yeah, you get this feeling like you probably shouldn't play fucking games around there, right? Isn't that the feeling? It's kind of like a somber, sort of reverent, respectful energy, right? Grounded, palpable. Yeah, you shouldn't fucking play around. They create that energy, right? I create that energy on the panel a lot of times, right? Because I'm sick and tired of the irreverence of slaves, including myself most of my life and all my supposed leaders. So they probably had that same archetype, that same idea. What's right is always right. You want to act like a slave and play games with yourself and everyone else, we're going to bleed you out in front of the whole town. So you better be ready. And we'll give you a word. You want to have a word? Here you go. We'll turn the whole court over to you. Go ahead. Talk to the people and everyone else. Right? And maybe if you prove everybody with some real shit, maybe you don't get fucking bled out. But now's your time to shine, since you want to like defalcate and defraud and get attention and yap and try to fucking grift on everybody and lie and steal and cheat and kill and do all the rest and live like a worldly infidel. Well, go ahead, say something. And then when you can't come up with nothing, they just fucking make an example out of you. All right, that's how it was done. So I emulate that metaversally, where there's really no consequence except to one's ego, but that's what it's meant to do. Death is the ego checker. When you set the tone in a civilization about what motherfuckers die for and for not doing, they start to get right pretty fucking quick. It's unfortunate that that's the case, that we don't do what's true and what's right because it's true and what's right. But it seems at some times to some people to be necessary to create order. The question is now, they're putting death for doing what's true and what's right and giving them bonuses for upholding man's law. That's inversion land.
I'm out, guys. I got to go see my companion. I'll see you later.
Thank you, sir.
See you, Wizard. This is a good sidekick you got there.
Right.
But, appreciate the time. I just want to bring that up because it was weird feeling, you don't think about that. Definitely something mankind does some weird stuff, and now they've figured out that they'll control everybody by they'll take the SHOT themselves, they'll volunteer to be, it's all mind games now instead of cutting their hearts out, rolling them down the hill. If that's true, like you say, you don't know what's true of history, but imagine some of that is, because that's whatever the stuff like that's really bad survives, and we hear about it. I would probably even feel it or know it inside metaversally between each other, how sick people were. I guess then they admit there were two types of people there, two classes that live on the outside, and then you had those big-headed people too, supposedly. So where that came from, who knows?
Then you have the other side of it, people who may be doing what's true and what's right, and at some point they get in the arena to win, and the winning prize is you get to be killed for honorable reasons.
That's right.
So you get to leave your slave hole surrounded by slaves, and you get to leave your death with honor versus being disgraced in front of everybody. So that's the difference.
Yeah.
You have some folks who come on here who want to kick the ball through the hoop and are ready to die in front of the world because that's an honorable leave off, right? I'm the best competitor, and I've already done what's true and what's right. There's nothing else to do here. I'm out. And then there's the rest of them who want to sit on the sidelines and yap, kill, steal, and destroy in their day-to-day life, and then cry and scream when they get dragged up the fucking pillar to be dealt with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's same story, different time, right? Yeah. Well, good. I appreciate it. You see about the same thing I did in it. That's interesting.
What's up, Oshea? What do you got going on, man?
I'm at the Venetian.
Hold on, Bryan Oshea. I got to cut you off in your dead silent presentment in between telling me where you are. Because Loud and Rolly contributed, and I didn't have to hold him hostage. I just gave 4 hours now of some value, I guess, because he sent me a donation. So unlike some folks who hold people hostage to see their same horrible bits over and over again, I just did what was true and what's right, and I gave value where I saw it, and I spoke the truth freely in a flow state, and value came back. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's what I said when I made the offer. I said I'm not saying this open mic's worth $30. I said I think you guys will pay it. I said if you guys think I'm gonna bomb, you want to.
Wait, you son of a bitch! You're cut off anyway. You're frozen again. You're frozen like a halibut. All right? I'm telling you You just fucking said something even worse than you've ever said before. You said, I don't think my set is worth shit, but I know you guys will pay it. So that's your fucking metric and standard of success. I'm not worth shit, and my set is not worth shit, but I know you'll fucking pay it because you're desperate to see me fail, just like I'm desperate to get to this money. What kind of disgusting, pathetic is that? How embarrassing. Now you need to give the person $30 back and an extra $5 and apologize to the world and him for even being a part of that sick, twisted mockery ritual. What is wrong with you?
I never said I didn't think it was worth it. I actually liked my set that night. I said no matter what they think, if they think it sucked or whatever, they're going to get value out of it because I think they want to see it. They're fucking curious. We've been talking about it all this time. They probably never have seen me do stand-up. So, and it wasn't a $30 per person. I thought everyone would give $1. I figured I'd have 30 viewers. Everyone pitches in $1. And they get to see my stand-up set.
I can't believe you're trying to use my audience and grift off them with your horrible comedy and failure lifestyle. I can't believe these are the monsters I've created. I've created 5 new monsters this last 6 months that went and started a broadcast, interfere with my audience, and hold them there where they can't get notifications, and then perform various sorcery, mockery rituals on themselves and others to grift off of a menial amount of contributions. So little that one would be embarrassed to even speak it, who had any kind of shame. How dare you? You're lucky to have these people even watching you, let alone telling them they should pay you to watch your horrible set. People don't even want to pay who came to the set to watch it, and you're trying to extend that market of unhappy customers. You've got 10 to 15 people who came to that bar who paid for something who were unhappy with that set. And you want to extend the market of unhappy customers to my audience. This is the opposite of doing service. How dare you? Don't laugh, Mr. Roper. I see you holding it back. You want to laugh and giggle. There he's laughing and giggling. Yeah, don't laugh and giggle because then you'll make him think he's being funny, and then he'll say, "Hey, it's $35 tonight if you want to watch my same horrible set at an Applebee's where no one watches me or laughs or listens." Sickening. Your thoughts, Bryan Oshea, on any of this? You wonder why Anton completely insulted you.
I think that I might even drift. I think I'm going to go live as soon as this broadcast's over. I had some drifting ideas. Like I could be like, hey, send $5 and we'll come up with an idea first. Okay, if I'll send you $5 to do this.
No, I'm starting another broadcast. I said within 12:45, so I only have a half an hour now. So if you go ahead and start a broadcast now, I will put out the word that no one is to visit that broadcast. You will have 2 or 3 viewers max, your extended friends and family, trying to support you because they care about you, even though they see what I see. And no one will watch it. And anyone who goes there, I will monitor the chat. I will make it my business today to restream you and monitor that chat, and I will insult anyone who I see viewing and chatting. So if they want to view, they're going to have to stay quiet. If they interact with you at all in that chat, I will insult them because I want to see what value you're going to bring without that chat, without that panel. Anyone who gets up on panel with you, I will insult them and rebuke them and exile them. So if you folks want to play this game and test these waters, go ahead and do it. This is content. Go ahead and make the content. It will be a problem. You're out of control. I didn't want to do this. It's like a father spanking his son, right? I don't have a point to prove. I supported you. I did the best with you. Now you got out of control and out of hand. You're fucking doing embarrassing things for yourself and others, and it has to stop. Okay? So if you want to play this game with me, start the damn broadcast now. I will almost immediately start mine, and I will restream you and make sure no one goes there. And anyone who goes there will be deemed an infidel, reprobate, enabler of your dysfunction, which has to cease. This is all for your own good, okay? That's what you need to understand right now. It's all for your own good. This is why Antoine insulted you, called you a powerless, embarrassing white man. He's doing that for your own good and for the rest of us. Even though I'm not white, I'm considered white by a lot of people, so it pretty much applies. Your thoughts on any of this?
You could do some serious man on the street shit. Look at this black couple right here.
He's deflected. Completely deflected.
Well, we're live streaming to the world. Live streaming to the world. You want to talk to him?
No, I'm not. No. I told you to stay away from those African American men and their women, and you keep trying to talk to them. I didn't see any of that. I didn't hear that, and I'm not interacting with them. So you want to get beat up out there and embarrassed again by one of Antoine's cousins? Go ahead and do it. I'm not going to be part of it.
Cleveland likes them thick.
Self-sabotaging again. Stay away from that older African American woman. She's going to hit you with her purse. If you get fucking frisky with her, you get snippy. Yeah, if I have to, I'll have my yurt person start his own broadcast to detract from your nonsense. I will use him as an agent. Maybe that'll be our next piece of content for all the folks who don't want to create time slots and work together, the fake truthers. We just do all broadcasts at the same time, announce it to everybody's audience, and see who gets more live viewers. And I will switch between them and restream whoever at the moment I want. I'll go to all the panels, and I will insult everyone there and try to influence the field like the rat slave. Look at these little freaks. How dare you be out on the strip like that? Put some clothes on, woman. Little devils.
Hey, Rob Cleveland, guy that likes some thick. I was going to tell him, but I kind of bitched out.
Yeah, I never get to compete on a fair metric, though, because I'm the enemy. I'm shadow banned because I'm so effective in certain areas. So it's not a real competition. You know, if it was a real competition where I wasn't shadow banned, I would, without question, blow all these people away. Cuck Body Outline, Provo Slave, OTW News, Ian, all of them. All together, they wouldn't mount a resistance against the kingdom of Unslavia. Not possible. Jack Talcott, same. Bryan Oshea, you better get out of there. It's a den of iniquity.
No, I feel herpes. It's imminent any second now.
Sounds of Traffic with Bryan Oshea. All right, let's get the hell out.
You know where the Horseshoe Casino is?
Yep, at the Valleys. So you're just gonna keep going around this way, walk around there. You're gonna get over there, just keep walking straight ahead. You'll run right into it.
Want to say hi to Paul?
Hi, Paul.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? You said.
Oh, I'm doing great. Have a good day.
Wait a second. Is that Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child?
Want to fly a helicopter, buddy?
He's asking if it's Kelly Rowland from Destiny's Child. Well, now she wants to laugh.
Because I might have to, take the poster down if it's not and put hers up.
All right. You guys gonna be here tonight? You doing any Grand Canyon?
Yeah, I'm running lines now. I'm running lines, O'Shea, on the black women. See?
He's running lines on you.
Huh?
He's trying to hit on you.
Oh no, I got a ring.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that. He doesn't believe in monogamy.
Got $1 million?
$1
million? Not even enough.
Not enough. Money's not
You
worth
should
it.
talk to him about it.
Huh?
Talk to him about it.
Nothing.
She's turning you down. Said she's got a big old fat
I'm
ring on
not
her.
surprised.
Have a good
I'm not surprised at all. Slav Guru Talcott. Right.
So,
just one of my characters outcompetes their whole beingness. Like if I just come on as Slav Guru, it's just a character of mine. It outcompetes Talcott's whole beingness. In the metaverse, at least. All right. Are you gonna?
I got a new
Thank you.
Wash your hair, Bryan Oshea. How about that? God, getting one of those fountains. Getting one of those fountains with some VO5. Wash
You guys know what Bally's is?
Bally's? There's no Bally's anymore. It's called
Horseshoe. You know how to get there?
Okay.
Enough grease on his head to fry some French fries. Getting one of those
You guys are pretty
ponds.
cool, man. I ain't gonna lie about it.
Yes, they're pretty cool. Can you get one of those fucking ponds they have out in the town square in Vegas? Come on, man. Don't do the whole flick the camera off deal. It makes it depressing. It always brings a depressing loser vibe into the room.
Hey, my friend Rob Cleveland thinks you're just his type. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh my God. You're really desperate right now for attention. Like, this is going to go really bad. This is not going to end well.
Well, I mean, what do I got to lose? Sorry,
Yelling at fat women on the way by who have other men there. Like
that woman was perfect for Rob Cleveland. She was not fat. She was perfect for Rob Cleveland.
Okay.
White, chubby woman. How dare you?
Need prayer center. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to raise our hands to the Lord. And we're going to go ahead and say a prayer for Feather Bear today. Feather Bear, we pray for you. And there's someone else out here. There's someone else. I can feel it right now. Hold on one second. They got diabetes. They're pre-diabetic. They got numbness and tingling in their extremities. They're going to get their knees chopped off. And we're praying for you too right now. Not only Feather Bear, but for that man. I feel it's a man now. A man coming through. I didn't know what it was at first, but I think it's a man. If it's you out there, you got numbness and tingling in your extremities. It's Bryan Oshea. Bryan Oshea, you. Sorry, I abandoned the bit because I I imagine that dark urine that you're excreting and then drinking back in is causing numbness and tingling in your extremities and probably shutting down your organs. But you say that it's healthy and regenerative, so I trust that. It's a man coming through. Well, that's what they do, right? Like they just. It's on the spot pimping and macking. It was like, oh, I feel something. Oh, wait, I don't know who it is. Oh, it's a man. It's Bryan Oshea. I just felt it. God just flashed the image. Bryan Oshea and his Taurus drinking dark urine. We're going to pray for you and Feather Bear today to be. Come on, O'Shea. What are you up to?
I'm going to the. I got to get a new job. I don't. TaskRabbit app's not working. Fucking. So
That's
I'm
why
gonna
you
go.
got that look in your eye.
Yeah. Hey, how are you? Hello. Anyways, fuck. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I got to get a job. And how do you feel about me selling poker action, dude? Like, see, I put half buying up. Someone else, these miscreants in chat from my channel, they put up half the poker buying, and they get half the winnings. And I'll put up my poker graph too of like, big giant sample size, say like 12,000 poker games, and you see the graph just go up to $500,000 in winnings with a $250K profit. What do you think of that? Something like that. I think that's what the graph shows. Maybe that's a different. Maybe it's
Can't hear you over the horrible music.
Fucking town. All they do is blast fucking music everywhere. Can't get away from it. It's driving me fucking nuts. Son of a bitch, I gotta hold this mic up to my mouth. This fucking town. Fucking horrible. This is herpes just in the air. I'm gonna get a herpes just fucking walking around this fucking disease fest.
That place would look better as melted bricks, huh?
All right, I'm out of here. I'm signing off. We gotta do the regular broadcast.
Is it?
All right, head over to my channel. Go live.
Brian's stench of failure is is just kind of sucking all the energy out of the room, and it's like almost it's putting me down, you know. And I got to do a broadcast, so I can't let it continue to permeate. I can't let it continue to permeate this air and this broadcast and throw all the good energy that I created.
You guys are pretty cool, man.
Right.
Hey, what's up, dude? My mom on the phone. My mom wants to talk to you.
That's okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Did I lie? Was that a lie or a joke? I don't know. This guy. Hey, what's up, dude? Paul and Slade. We helped this one guy out yesterday get a thing, and I don't know. I thought maybe I don't know what's happening.
What's up?
I don't know. Oh, I'm just live streaming. Yeah, you saw him. Oh, what's up, dude? Chilling. All right, I'll see you later, man. Nice meeting you. All right, man, I give up. I'm trying to make something happen, and people just ain't having it. You got to get out of here, though. Sorry. I thought we were going to have a moment like with that black guy yesterday with this guy, and he's like, treat me like I'm a piece of shit.
Right. Maybe it's the greasy hair look. Folks, it's not as inviting when your hair just constantly looks wet and folks go, either he just showered somewhere publicly and is homeless, or there's really no or he hasn't showered in a while, I guess, and his hair is extremely greasy. So, you know, it's like they think maybe you just came out of the shower, and then upon reflection, when they get close to you, they notice that it's grease. It's because it's shimmering, shining.
It's not very nice, these things you're saying. My hair is lovely right now. It's glorious, dude.
I'm just pointing out that again. The other thing too is like when someone's hair is wet, it's like it doesn't clump together like that and look matted, like one of those dogs that doesn't get any care or treatment. So again, people are going to be less likely to want, you know, an advocate or a support system from someone who hair is matted and greasy, like a rescue animal.
You know, maybe I am looking for family. You know, that's what this you remind me of. The way you're talking it reminds me of like Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, we're trying to help you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. It's I think it's gonna work, whatever you're doing. It's fucking very helpful. Look at this guy. Maybe we could get him a cash up like the black guy yesterday. Hey, what's up, dude? Strippers and blow. It's pretty honest. Fuck yeah, man. Let me see if this fucking. What's your name?
O'Shea, you got any room for O'Shea out there?
You got any room for me?
Room?
Yeah.
For another person?
Huh?
What you mean?
Like room to like, you know, sit down next to you, make money with you.
It's like hang out.
You got to get a sign.
Yeah, just hang out. I'll get my own sign.
Yeah, get your sign, yeah.
I'll say, I'll suck your cock for $3.
I don't know about all that.
Oh, my bad.
You can do that. But
Right.
Not sitting next to
All right, I'll see you later. Fuck, dude. Fucking with these people. That wasn't very nice to me. I'm the fucking idiot. At least he's fucking honest about his fucking
Right.
situation.
He's a loser failure, and he's bound to stay one for the rest of his life. So, you know, just kind of hanging out, you know, looking for attention and validation, being honest and real to the point where he's owning his dysfunction as his highest power. Really bizarre, right? Really bizarre loser failure ideology. Now that guy. what I mean. You see the difference? Black people motivated. They want to hustle. They're wanting to make change. They got a look in their eye. Every one of these white scum nowadays lying around looking to beg and grift for strippers and blow. Right? And then they talk all this shit. You black people we've seen out of dozens of white scum who can't get it together, who got a look in their eye. They like want to do good and be good. They don't know how, or they got their own situation. And, you know, the guy's like out there playing music, minding his own business, creating some kind of energy. He's got some talent or ability. Yeah. You know, this is why I'm endeared to a lot of these black people. That's why Anton is endeared to him. Bryan Oshea was trying to interfere with that black man and be an agent of chaos and detract from that great music and put him on camera. He didn't ask for that. He's going to sit there and fucking, you know, play games with everyone. It's one big game, right? It's all a big fucking joke in a game. Ha ha. Mr. Comedian Boy. Ha ha. Let's film this black man trying to fucking play a whole fucking song in front of the world and get it right. And you're going to film him and make faces, and it's all just one big joke. This is why Antoine was right. White people have fallen so far. They used to run the whole world, and now Bryan Oshea can't even run through the town square. Barely. He's dejected. He's huffing and puffing. He's interfering with black men, trying to silence their voices and tones.
Well, you inspired me. I started a podcast to tell people that I'm not a citizen and I'm not a slave, and to try to explain to them how they're a slave and why they're a slave, even though I'm learning and trying to get out of this contract they got me in. I'm trying to explain to people that are under contract, and I'm trying to create something.
I can't understand anything you're saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a bright connection.
Yeah, the connection is faulty.
Okay. Thank you. I will come back when I can.
All right. Yeah, I want to hear from you, but I can't really make heads or tails out of it.
Oh, thank you. You guys are sweethearts. Oh, you're supposed to be wrapping up. Why are you entertaining this bullshit? World Series of Poker. This is where it is, dude. You want to see my poker graph? You want to invest, Paul? How much you want to invest? I'm going to sell action. What do you think of that? I got a legit poker graph. People buy my action. Well, I'm a little rusty, though. I have to be honest about it. I used to be a hell of a poker player. This is where the World Series. Whoa, fucking full screen. This is where the World Series of Poker happens. So we're going to get into some tournaments. We're going to sell action. Fuck working. We're just going to take the easy route. We're just going to grift. We're going to grift and fucking hustle.
Hey, we're going to play a game. I'm going to go eat something, and we're going to see how much the numbers drop.
Hi there, beautiful. I'm trying to play the World Series of Poker events. Do you know which way I go to get there? Yeah, I'm live streaming, just so you know. I'm live streaming, just so you know.
Right street casino, on the left.
Okay. Let me see what they're saying. Oh, they're saying you're very beautiful. Can you talk more? They want to know if you can talk more. They want to know after work, are you able to talk to Bryan? Give him your phone number. What do you think of that? Okay. No problem. Go down that way, though, right?
Yes, right now.
All right. Thank you. People are saying I'm creepy. Fuck you, Bryan. We're going to leave. Suck. Why'd you do that to that girl? She's nice and innocent. You're a piece of shit. That's not very nice, chat. I don't know why I gotta be so fucking rude. I got no job, no tax grab ass. I'm gonna be sucking cock in like 15 minutes. Fuck. Incredible. Numbers are dropping. Hey, ladies. Damn it. What's wrong with you? Oh, poker. Poker. Doing more incognito when you're not like doing the professional. Hey, brother. I'm looking to play the World Series of Poker.
Okay, so you go down there, past the preliminary, past the reward center, take a right, go through the shops, keep going straight, you'll enter the WSOP area.
Oh, hell yeah.
There'll be registration on
So
the
just
left.
that way? I lost most of that. Just that way.
Just go this
And
way.
then start asking
when
people.
you see the cashier cage, take a right.
Right.
And just keep going straight.
Right. Are you single?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Why?
Oh, I'm single too.
Oh, okay. I'm okay though.
All right. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to. All right. I'll see you later.
Hello.
Numbers are dropping. Fuck. Dude, I suck. Everyone hates me. Dude, I'm always building up bad karma all day. Fucking Lord's just looking at me like, what a piece of shit, greasy head and fucking asshole. You know what I mean? Look at this fucking scum pit of Vegas. I'm just gonna get lost. It's gonna be another fucking failure of Vegas. Dude, just out in the street, begging for fucking change. If I'm lucky. Probably gonna wind up with ass herpes, throat gonorrhea. If I'm fucking lucky. Fucking goddamn town's gonna fucking use me and abuse me and spit me out like a. It's gonna. Like a. What is.
Like Annie.
Yeah, like Annie. Like Annie. She's fucking just a bunch of users out here. They're just gonna use me for everything I got and just leave me all fucking throat gonorrhea on the pavement. These throat gonorrhea, maybe that's curable. Anything's curable, right? HIV is a myth, so fuck it. Why not? Just go for it. It's curable somehow, right? Just gotta get the right stuff. I heard DMSO can cure herpes. That's gonna shut down your stream for medical misinformation. Son of a bitch, I'm ruining everything. Everything I touch just turns to shit. Big pile of steaming shit fucking herpes, dude. What is wrong with you? That girl was touching me earlier and I fucking got goosebumps all over me. But I haven't been touched in so fucking long. That beautiful, what was her name? That bartender? She put her hand on me. I was like, that's a sign she's interested in me, but it's also a stripper move. See, the strippers, you got these fucking moves they put on you. Make you feel all special. Now, where the fuck did he say this goddamn poker was? I fucking got lost already. Son of a bitch, I'm afraid to go down here. I think I'm going the wrong way. I gotta ask someone now. Fuck it, let's just go for it. Numbers are dropping. Where did we leave off? Oh, yeah, throat gonorrhea. That's a pretty waterfall. Nice contrast to throat gonorrhea. You could have beautiful surroundings and have throat gonorrhea. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All right. You guys are pretty cool, man.
David Barker sent me 5 pieces of 4-ply. Thank you, David Barker.
Yeah, David Barker. I remember yelling at that guy. He's a barker, not a biter. He's all
right,
barking,
I'm just going to go ahead and say it O'Shea style right now. If everyone doesn't fucking pay me, I'm not doing a broadcast today. How about that? You want to see a broadcast? That goes for you too, O'Shea. You got to fucking pay me right now. All right? Yeah. You can all play this way. You want to be fucking... Let's go, O'Shea. What do you got on you? How much do you got for this broadcast? You just made 30 last night.
I know. Yeah, it's like they charge to do the open mic at a lot of places.
Well, you better throw 5 on it for this next, or else you don't get this next broadcast.
Right. These guys work here. Hey, you know what the horseshoe WSOP is? You work here? Oh, don't worry about it. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah.
All right, bye.
I gotta ask this guy. Hey, sir. You know the horseshoe WSOP poker thing? Sorry.
Well, it's upstairs here, buddy.
All right. Okay. So I go left, straight. Oh, I suck at directions. All right, Paul. Take it easy, man. I'm gonna go live and embarrass myself. I got no fucking job. Try to grift a little bit.
Wait, so you're going live now? You're gonna try to compete with me?
Well, when are you going live?
Convention rooms, Paris convention.
All right, O'Shea.
So where do I go? I go to Paris.
No, go live.
Oh, either one. So go this way.
One of them is Bally's convention.
What?
Yeah, there's Paris convention.
Oh, so you can go to either one.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. Yeah, well, I was going to go live in between when you're going live, but since you hijacked my morning spot.
No, go ahead. No. You have a time slot now. So you go live, I'll go live, and we'll just be, we'll do a healthy competition.
Hello, how are you? You know how to get to the Paris Convention Center?
I want you to go live. Please go live.
Down here, make a left down the hallway and shoot straight down.
Oh, thanks.
See where it says like that weird big 6 thing?
God of all media.
Yeah, it's not enough that I finally had a few viewers yesterday. I could keep up the momentum and go live in my time slot.
I know.
That Fenton gave me. No, the big shot just had to come in and just get jealous and just try to fucking ruin my shit. You know what I mean? It's just like, whatever.
I should not do it. I should not do my broadcast because you got 30 viewers yesterday, 25 of which are mine.
Yeah, then just not only do you have to take my spot.
I'm giving you life, Bryan Oshea.
You're just going to broadcast my shit.
And all the rest. You're unthankful and ungrateful. That's why Anton insulted you. How dare you try to compete with me? No, start the live now. Go ahead and do it. I want you to do it. I'm not going live till you go live. How about that? Yeah, that's what we'll do. I'm doing StreamYard right now. I'm setting it up. And that's going to be the name.
Hey, I'll just hijack Brian's spot, and then I'll put on Brian's stream and just shit on him.
No, you don't get a spot.
During his time spot. You know what I mean? Like, oh, that's very nice. That was what a great move that was. Oh, yeah, I encourage you. I'm trying to, we're going to co-create. We're a big team, but I'll just take your shit and just take it away. Give it and then just take it away. Just very cruel, like Talcott. You know what I mean? Just no consideration whatsoever.
You're out of line, O'Shea. Now you got spots now.
Narcissist abuse, just fucking no consideration. He doesn't have enough. He's got to take what the little guy's built up a little bit. Just
right, I'm holding you back, O'Shea.
Sleeping in my car.
I'm like the masters. I'm so powerful. I'm like the aristocracy. I'm holding you back. You've gotten to so much without me, and now I'm trying to take it all and hold you back.
Yeah, why would you do that? You helped me get somewhere, and then you just take it away. That sounds very nice. People are very excited to take pictures of the WSOP envelope. Got a lot of nerds here. I think this is cool. Look at all these losers, dude. Take all their money. They suck. Look at them. They've got nothing. Sit at the table with me. Read their soul. Look at this. Punching, drifting, basement throwing bums, dude. I can take everything they got. Fuck this shit. Dude. All they think the best. You know what I mean? Look at these people. How could I not take their money? These people suck at everything I've ever done, dude. How could I lose? Incredible. Yeah. So I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna put up my poker graph, and I'm gonna show you guys what's going on. Oh, I know that guy right there. I think. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna see some people I know. Look at this giant poker coliseum. This is gonna be me winning the whole fucking thing, dude. And then I'm gonna do nothing with it. I'm gonna blow it all on hookers and blow. Suck, dude. Even if you give me the bag and give me the attention, I do nothing with it.
You're going to continue to go live and try to compete with me for your new spot. This broadcast will be called "Witnessing O'Shea's Confusion," and this way you could go live and I'll restream you. And if folks want to be part of your chat, as lively as it is, they could be part of that. Or they'll just be with the Kingdom of Unslavia as always. And we can witness your confusion together. And you can fight for your right to have your spot that you say, I can't broadcast in because it's your new spot now. Because you went and argued with Antoine, you think, so you got 30 viewers yesterday.
Right. Can't argue with that logic, actually.
Yeah, you went and embarrassed yourself in front of Antoine, and you think you got an extra 5 or 10 viewers yesterday. And you want to keep that momentum going. And how dare I do a broadcast at your spot? Right. And you're not completely out of line. So Yeah, we'll just rebroadcast your live, witness your confusion together, and I'll do commentary on it. I think that's good content.
Yeah. You know, I used to be a poker dealer in a casino for a year and a half or some shit. Let's try to get a job and doing this. I probably need some extra dealers. But all my IDs are expired, dude. But I did have like 30 arrests on my rap sheet. So I was like, they're not going to hire me, dude. I handed them this paperwork, 30 fucking arrests. And they're like, fuck it. Come on in, dude. Handle the money, security passes, whatever. You know what I mean? And then the guy looked over each arrest. Like, he had this big stack of paperwork. He's like, what was going on back then? Like, I was doing drugs and shit. I don't know, man. They hired me anyways, bro. He went over literally every fucking thing. He's fucking turning over each fucking piece of fucking arrest. Because you got to give the casinos everything, dude. Even though my record's sealed from normal employers, casinos are like law enforcement, dude. Even if the shit's sealed or expunged, you got to tell them about it. If it comes up, they're going to fucking not hire you. You better be honest. I pulled out this whole briefcase filled with fucking arrests, fucking shenanigans, and this and that. Fucking incredible, dude. Thought no way in the world I'm getting this fucking job, and sure enough, I got a few fucking casino jobs. I was like, what the fuck? Every time I'm like, there's no way. Dude, I was fucking arrested. You guys are pretty cool, though. Well, I can't even go live now because Paul's about to go live. He's not going to let me do anything anymore. It's fucking crazy. I'm going to have to stay up in the middle of the night, competing with Benton and fucking Z.
Yeah, your new spot is whenever I decide to go to sleep. So you might want to check in, ask if I'm going to sleep at any time. And whenever I go to sleep, that'll be your new spot.
Yeah, but the problem is when you go to sleep, then Benton streams. Then when he's done streaming, Z streams. And it's just like, I can't get anything done, dude. It's like, what the fuck, man? I should just get a sign that says, I don't know. Hi, sweetheart. I'm live streaming. I don't think you want to be on it. Seems like you do, though. Seems like you don't give a shit. I like your style, man. I'm single as hell. Are you? Oh, well. Me too. We should, like, hang out and rub each other's backs.
Of course.
Yeah. All right. I'll see you later. It was nice meeting. Yeah. All right. Nice to meet you. God, this town's fucking giving herpes. It's fucking awful. No fucking can't even stream anymore. Fucking it's over. Thought I was on to something. Tribe's like, oh, Bryan Oshea is doing the best out of everyone.
Yeah, you actually don't have to announce to every woman you're single. It's pretty clear when you approach.
Oh, yeah. You think this one thinks I'm single? I don't think so. How you doing? I'm live streaming to the world. You going to win it all or what, dude? Main event? Which event are you signing up for? Oh, Jesus Christ, guys. They can't hear. You going to win it all? What event is this?
I hope so.
What event are you signing up for?
What's that?
What event are you signing up for?
Employee.
Oh, the employee one. All right, they verify.
Great stuff.
Son of a bitch, dude. Suck at everything. Morale's low now. How do I boost my morale? Figure out. I gotta Google how to boost one's morale. Nah, I'm playing the victim. I'm trying to salty cider settings because I hate when Brian feigns weak. So I know Paul. When Paul thinks your morale's low, that's when he expands. When he thinks you're in your ego, he contracts. Whichever. Maybe it's the opposite. But anyways, I know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, but something's going on. Well, are you going live? Who's going live? I need to fucking do something. Nothing. Gotta get some money somehow.
Right. So did you think about working for a living like the rest of the world, including me, before it just turned out that you could make a living doing a broadcast if you're good at it on some level with some people?
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get that dishwasher
You pretty much just strolling around with a horrible connection, desperate to make something happen. I guess it could be content for all the wrong reasons if you're into that.
Feeling worse.
You know, like I never said, hey, I'm really desperate for money. I'm going to go get a camera and troll around desperately to see if someone will pay me for some kind of interaction, which I guess could be interesting. Again, there's some people who want to like pimp and hoe, have you be a hoe and act like a jackass. And there's a time and place for that. It's just not constantly.
Oh, man. Well,
like maybe you just fucking take some suggestions and stop wasting your whole day playing around in Vegas and go fucking work and then do 20 minutes to an hour in the morning and then do a fucking open mic at night and structure your life. That's how you boost your morale. I don't know if you can hear me over the chattering of people who have money that you don't have. That's how you boost your morale, by creating successful habits that lead to you feeling secure and faithful in your process. Doesn't come from like wandering around desperate for fiat, hoeing yourself out looking like a jackass. That's where the morale goes through the floor.
Fuck me, man.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that note, how the numbers do. Put a challenge out there. See if the numbers can get it.
So you're like hooked on the numbers now because you got 30 people yesterday instead of 15.
Well, you're the one that offered it. You're the one that said it. Oh.
So like now the numbers to you and going live and seeing if you're going to get 30 viewers again when I go live and competing with me is more important than you making a living, is what you're saying. So you're now addicted to fucking numbers, which they're minuscule. And that's more important to you than making a living and creating something for yourself long term. So you're an addict. See what I mean, Bryan Oshea? That's self-sabotage, addictive behavior that causes your life to be mismanaged.
Fuck me, right in the cooter, dude. God awful. But I have this stupid idea that I'm gonna run into one of my poker buddies who's now a millionaire and be like, yo, stake me. Make my new job playing poker again. He's like, no problem.
So here you go. You're going to run into one of your buddies and he's going to make your life for you. So you're another user star fucker, which I kind of suspected, which is why I don't let you near me in real life. One of the reasons, because you got that stench of loser failure on you where you walk around always trying to bump into someone that's going to be your next gateway to success. And it's just not how it happens, typically. If it does happen that way, you're fucked. Because if you get to anything and can't do it again, you're going to be disempowered the rest of your life, knowing that you did something one time that came through something else other than you and can't get back to it. So you don't want it that way.
Well, I mean, poker players.
If you fucking sat down every day and made poker your job and you played it every day and got good at it and dedicated yourself to it, you might be able to become like the goofy friend you're going to bump into who did something with the poker. You got to apply yourself with consistency over and over again and get better and better results.
Yeah, but poker players, if they're millionaires for playing poker, they don't typically make bad investments. Like I said, if you saw my poker graph.
Right, but this is my point, is that this isn't about getting the biggest bag. This is about managing your time, energy, attention, and inner space. I told you how that's done. You don't like the answer. You want the quick, easy way that comes through some other person, place, or thing that absolves you from your hard work, responsibility, and accountability. There's your problem. How do I know? I look into me. You don't want to do 7 days a week for 8 months like me, where you take 20 minutes to an hour a day in the morning, do a fucking broadcast. work 6 hours at TaskRabbit, do another 2 hours of open mic at night. You don't want to do that every day, all day, 7 days a week and sacrifice. You want to fuck off, mope around, doubt yourself, not take suggestions, try to bump into someone who's going to make you successful. It's not going to happen. Hasn't happened in 48 years. It's not going to happen now. But you're damn sure that because you got next to me and argued with Anton and got 30 live viewers, it's going to happen now. I don't think so. I think it could happen if you'd fucking dedicate yourself to something and came up with some kind of structure and directed your energy, attention, your time, and your resources instead of just drifting. Didn't I tell you about the drifting from California to see the goofy bitch, down to see Rob, and then now wandering around Vegas? So where are we going with it? Like, I'm here for you, bro. I'm here for the whole thing, right? Let's make it into something. Let's do something with it. But, you know, I don't see it. I don't see the time, energy, attention, dedication, or the competence or the results that all come together. I think it could be something. You know, there's times where you walk up to them people and we're talking, and I think it could be something. There's times where you went and got the black guy yesterday. We had a back and forth, and it was good shit. But, you know, the majority of it is shitty connection, you wandering around, approaching couples where they like look like they want to kill you, which is kind of funny. I guess that's content to some people. But I just, you know, I'm concerned about you and your beingness and your habits for success and your day-to-day process in your self-worth, self-respect, and self-value, right? You can make some good money there, O'Shea, doing little to nothing and actually enjoying yourself. But, you know, you're going to have to put some time, energy, attention, and care into it and orient yourself in a certain way, if that makes sense.
Fuck.
A white Spider-Man. Remember you making fun of the black Spider-Man yesterday? Like you're too good to go get a costume and go what? At least then there's a bit there. Like I got Bryan Oshea as a pirate now. But you don't even want to invest in the damn costume. So you held these people hostage last night to watch your hacky set, got $30 and went and spent it on Starbucks. Should have went and spent it on a pirate costume, and now you do O'Shea the pirate bit today with an eye patch. See if we can take it somewhere. Might fail. You're out the $30 in the costume, and now you got a story to tell, I guess. We at least get a few moments of content. You're just walking around with greasy hair and a confused look in your eye. I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, I was, when I set the availability to 11 a.m. when the app was working, I kind of suspected I should have. Because I keep the availability from 8 a.m. to midnight. Actually, jobs, it did seem to affect the jobs a little bit. Flow of jobs coming in. But I ain't gonna lie, I feel like I have been working these 18 hours. I ain't really been sleeping fucking much. I mean, it's not like I've been fucking. But no, you are making sense though. Just fucking tired. Yeah, shit a little bit. Oh man. All right, well, I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go what?
I don't know. I was gonna say I was gonna. It's like when Annie, you know, she kind of kicked me in the rear end. And she turned me down. I went to look at the dishwashing jobs and this and that. You know, I'll go try to dishwashing jobs. I don't know.
Why do you do this? Why do you project false strength, expand your ego, get deflated, and then go back to accepting less for yourself? Is there not something that you can, you know, do that makes you feel good, that you would enjoy doing, that would get you decent pay, make you feel like you're part of the community performing a function? I mean, if that's dishwashing, fine, but isn't that kind of like the lowest rung at that point? You're just cleaning scraps of food off a plate. I mean, it's
fantasy
got to
that it
be
would end up
done by
being.
somebody, but I see more for you.
I had this like idea in my head that it would actually be fun, and I'd meet cool people, and I'd be content somehow. And it would actually, and then like.
Okay, well, maybe that's good for you then. You might be in that stage, like I talk about myself, where you learn to enjoy whatever you're doing, stay consistent at it, and be the best at it, even if it's just dishwashing. So that might be good for you to learn that and to feel that.
Right. I feel like it makes the story more epic. But I have been.
The story. That's the thing. The story doesn't necessarily have to be epic. It's a long game, and I don't necessarily take age into it. It's one day at a time until you get to a space inside yourself where you feel more centered and balanced, and sort of like in your life, no matter what you're doing, you're not at that point. You're at this point where you got no structure, no habits, no support system. You're drifting. And then when you go to cling for something, you lose your footing. Does that make sense energetically? Like part of the energetic security and confidence is I get up every day and I pretty much do what I do. And I know that something's going to come of that. I just believe you have to have that in your life, whatever it is. I don't care if it's you in a robe somewhere doing meditations and yoga and taking plants and herbs and having your prayers. I'm not saying it even has to look like capitalism, but if you're going to live in the world and have things and want to be successful in that sense, it's just, like we say, one moment, one day at a time. And, don't necessarily, have an entitlement perspective where, I'm too good to do this, that, and the third, but don't sell yourself short either. Again, bro, people want to make fun of it and be down on it. You think that if it came down to it, that I wouldn't fucking go and put on a costume and fuck off and make money doing it and talk the same shit I talk here, sometimes talk some other shit, fuck around with the people, pimp and mac with the broads, so to speak, to be a dick about it. I do everything I'm doing here with a goofy costume on, and I'll get to some kind of donation, contribution, support, and won't have to sell my soul doing it. And I'll entertain people and bring a smile to their face. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with you going and get some fucking balloon animals and making balloon animals for women and children on the sidewalk and saying $5 for each and pay 25 cents for a balloon. Take you fucking 10 seconds to learn how to. Bro, you could go on YouTube right now. This is what I mean about all you motherfuckers. And I should just go start doing. This should be my new thing. I'm going to create a new series. I got no motivation to do shit, but I should just fucking live the information. I should go fucking to study YouTube for 2 hours, how to make balloon animals, right? And learn how to make 3 to 5 of them. And go right out to that goofy ass strip you're at and start making balloon animals and talking shit and hand it to them and go $5 per each. I bet you by the end of the day, I got $500 and I'm going to tell you to suck my dick in public. There's so many opportunities on that fucking strip to be entrepreneurial and to come up on something when you got people walking back and forth. And you got Cash App now and everything else. You could put a fucking sign over your goofy ass face like you all do on the broadcast to beg and grift off non-content. You could video yourself doing balloon animals. There's your channel, Bryan O'Shea's Balloon Animal Extravaganza. And it's you going around making balloon animals, doing your living, talking shit, and seeing if that goes somewhere. If it doesn't go somewhere on the metaverse, you're making a living, doing something that you might enjoy, get better at it, make even more interesting animals, and you might get $20 per balloon. So you do 10 a day, and you're out for the day. Clock out. I'm done by noon. Bye. You could call me a clown and a balloon animal, bozo, but I'm getting to it. $200 a day or $100 for someone like me is great. If I have little to no bills and I'm working 7 days a week, I'm putting $2,000 in my pocket every month. Suck my dick. I could buy a new car every year if I wanted to. Outright. So again, if you really see how a couple dollars leads to a couple dollars and you duplicate, emulate, replicate, and you do that long term, you're stacking, you're saving, you're reinvesting, and you take a 5-10 year plan and you're out of the game, like they say, retired off balloon animals. I could give you that fucking program 10 different ways where it's little to no investment. It'll cost you $10 in 2 hours of your fucking time to invest a business model that could take you somewhere you never thought it could, on and off the metaverse, if you let it be. It's about how much care, time, energy, attention you put into it.
Like I said, I used to poker. I could get my.
There you go, poker, because you want to gamble and be a fucking. That's what I mean, bro. Get the fuck out of my face. I'm done with you. Done with you. Done with you and your bullshit. If I could just gamble again and come up on something, I'll never have to work or be productive. Right? It'll be your worst day ever, like a Loomis slavery. The worst thing that could happen to you is the same thing that happened to a Loomis slavery. He traded some Elon coin, got to something he says, and now he don't ever have to work, serve the community, or be productive. No product, no service, no redeemable action in the community, no life-changing. So that's what you all want, right? So go argue with Anton again, see if you can get to it. Gamble with him. All right? Come here and make a fool of yourself. Gamble, see if you can get to it.
Job, dude.
No, this is my point. This is why we're all failures and unsuccessful, like Antoine says. This is exactly why. Because you got an easy, quick, addictive, come up overnight, don't want to dedicate yourself, put will, hard work, and do it for any kind of extended period of time. Right? And that's your fucking problem. So you keep hoping that you're going to join a fucking poker tournament and you're going to win $1 million and you're going to become whatever. If I gave you $1 million tomorrow, you'd fuck it up within 5 years. Bet on it. That's what I would say. And if you think I'm trying to fucking hurt your feelings or insult you, I'm not. But I'm tired of the bullshit, right? Seriously. I'm fucking tired of it. If I have to stick to this process and live by it, so do you. Because you ain't fucking better than me and pretty much anything you do is what I see. That goes for the majority of people. You want to take that as egoic? Take it that way. You ain't going to beat me in poker. Bet on it. Maybe one day we'll all meet up and we'll play. I don't even play poker like that, and I bet you won't beat me. Not the way I could read you. No, you won't. No, you won't. Doesn't even matter what I have. Just by me knowing what the fuck, how you move and how you think and how you react, I'm going to trick you out of position. The same way your fucking slave masters do day in and day out. Right? So, yeah. Nobody's above the program. There's a process here that works. If you fucking do it, you get the blessings and grace. If you don't, you make excuses and you try to gamble and hope you're going to come up on something slipping and shit and coming up in gold. And 9 out of 10 times, it don't fucking happen that way. Right? People who slip in shit and come up with gold 9 out of 10 times, they're always destined for something and they just got it off them. They got it coming off of them. They got that X factor, as they say, right? It's just something about it, right? And I know it when I see it, and I'm not seeing that. Right? I'm seeing drifting, lost, and confused behavior with no structure, no dedication, no will, and no discipline. The same thing I saw in me most of my life, and it doesn't fucking work. And nobody's going to show up at your fucking doorstep to drop off a bag or a career or a lifestyle or a spiritual practice or anything else.
Bro, I'll fuck you up in poker, bro. You can't say you'll fuck me up.
You want to be good in
you take
poker,
that back. I will whoop you in poker, dude.
Play poker 24/7, 365, like anything else. You think you're going to go somewhere with motherfuckers who play poker 365 and expect to be in the conversation? I don't think it's going to be done.
You take that back, dude. You can't beat me in poker. You take it back.
I'm guessing you're not a prodigy in poker is what I'm guessing. I don't know.
Bro, I have way more. I played millions and millions of hands. You have no experience. You would get fucking slaughtered, dude. Okay.
So why have you not turned it into a living yet?
I did before. When I put in 18 hours a day, I was a phenom, dude. The guys I was with, they couldn't. They were asking for.
Okay, so what do you have to show for it?
A graph. You want to see my poker graph? 500K in winnings.
So this is my point. Is you claim to be a poker virtuoso prodigy. You made a living at it at one point. When I ask you what you have to show for it, you say little to nothing. No savings, no property, no land, nothing. So this is exactly my point. Even if you get to something, you're going to trick it off. So what's the point in keep chasing a bag when you keep tricking it off and it don't get to nothing?
Yeah, I mean, it's anything. I mean, it's not poker. It's like you could fuck anything up. I mean, I was good. Yeah, I mean, when I was dedicated, it was good. And then when I wasn't dedicated, it all fell apart. But I hear you, man. I appreciate the time.
Bryan Oshea, if you know what you just said to me is true, then you could do that all over again, and this time not trick it off and actually create something for yourself. Do you want that? I'm not going to tell you how to live. Do you want that, or do you want to be drifting around with no permanent security on any level and no, sense of your own home or your own place to be? Right? I don't mind. Like, I'm a traveling person at times. Maybe that's how you want to live, but I didn't get that impression from you. Right? So that's what I don't get. You're telling me a story. I don't say I have to believe it to take your word as a man. Okay, you were virtuoso in poker. You made a whole bunch of fucking money. Well, what the fuck do you have to show for it? And then what's the point? Why even make money no more? Why not just go be like that guy and get a fucking sign and say strippers and blow? Put some money in or don't. Isn't the whole point of even getting to something to do something with it, to create something for ourselves and others?
Yeah, it's like I was dedicated. Like my friends took me aside. They said, dude, if you just put the hours in, like, you're going to be fine. So I put the hours in and I was fine. And then I fucking stopped, dude. And then the government shut down online poker. It was just a bad combination. I mean, I'm not playing a victim, but it's just
Bro,
like,
you always got
my fault.
reasons why someone did something that stopped you from being successful. This is what everyone does. Every time we go into something you're good at or say you were good at, I don't know if it's true. I want to believe that. So you say, I have these things that are good, that I've done good and shown results in my past, but then something happened and here we are. Doesn't work like that. Motherfuckers who want to be successful or are successful don't even have stories like that. Their story goes, I was doing this, moving like this, motherfucker did this, I transitioned, I'm better than ever. That's usually how the story goes. So where is it in your thinking where something keeps happening that keeps keeping you? You're about to do with me. Oh, you're going to take it all away and stop me so you can tell another loser story, how I helped build you up and then took it all away and stopped you from being successful? That's not how that works. Did you see YouTube stop me from being successful? Did you see the state of? Did you see the troll slaves, the haters, the miscreants, the frauders, the ones who shut the channels down? Or do I keep getting better and making progress on some level or just staying consistent? I don't have stories like that. And that's what I'm trying to clue you in on. I'm not even so sure that I know where the root is with you. So I'm trying to get down to it. But I'm trying to find and get to the root of what this loser thinking you have is, where when we go to reverse engineer, you go, hey, bro, I'm great at this, this, and this. I believe you. I see greatness in you. Well, why are you tricking off everything you got to then? What the fuck is that? Low self-esteem, self-worth? You must not feel you're enough because you're tricking off all your external resources to feel something on the inside, right? If it's what you're saying is true. Then you got stories about how you were about to be successful or would have been, but somebody stopped you. Successful motherfuckers don't think like that. You can't stop a successful motherfucker. You can only contain them. So I want to get you to that space, right? Even if it pissed me off. I want to get you to the space where I say, yeah, bitch, I'm going to go on and do a broadcast and do it to 3 viewers if I have to. You ain't going to be another loser failure story I tell about Paul Unslaved and what he did or didn't do for me and stopped me or made me or broke me. That's not how this shit works. I can't make or break you. It's how you got to live it. It's got to feel that way authentically. So I'm trying to figure out a way to get you to that space. For what I know for me, I need you to know that for yourself. And the only way I could see to get to it is habits every day that lead to faith in yourself and your process and success. Not necessarily what you're doing or who you're doing it with, but the fact that you know you got a plan for your day every day and you're going to stick to that. And if you do that for long enough, you're going to feel good about yourself. You're going to have everything you need and even what you want. That's a good space to be, right? It's not the all, but it's a good space to be, to have everything you need and then some, and even have a little extra for what you want. What you do with it then is about your ambition and motivation. Like I say, I don't do nothing. I don't go nowhere. I don't buy nothing.
All right. So I bring up poker dealing like as a way to get me back in that as a starter so I could like build up a bankroll again maybe. And
O'Shea, you can't sit there and tell me you got to some great results over and over again and tell me you're worried about. If that's the case, it's all it is time and an opportunity. If you're so fucking good at poker and you're going to whoop my ass because you've been doing it so long and you're a phenom and all your buddies know it, well, you got to fucking – how much time have you spent on these fucking broadcasts like everybody else? It's $10 to buy in, right, on one of them tournaments, the 180 man, then you're up to 500, right? It's another 100 to buy in on another one. Then you're up to 5,000, right? And then keep, duplicate, emulate, replicate, and then reinvest in other ways on the side and stop chasing something. If you're going to do it as a career, you're doing it because it's what you do. Another day at the office, we're playing poker. Stop chasing something, right? Just get to it, act like it don't exist, move on with your life, and then reinvest back in yourself, or just be and live, man, because there's nothing else to do. You know, but yeah, you're going to have to show up every day and take it seriously and work it like a job and not be in that fucking chase mode to be validated by something. Whatever the fuck you're meant to have is going to come your way if you play the hand right. Isn't that the case?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if me entering a poker tournament, like even if it was a $60, $100 tournament, I don't know, I could do it. I don't know. I mean, and then try to, because I know the chat's interested. I mean, they think, oh, if you, because it's a long-term thing too with poker. Like, people want immediate results. How'd you do in the tournament? Oh, I didn't make anything. Oh, you suck. But it's like, you could go, people, the best in the world could go years and years. That's just variance. Like, that's why you got to have a ginormous sample size.
The point is that where we struggle the most, folks like me and you, is managing our time, energy, attention. I've done it with you here today, right? I've not stuck to managing my time, energy, attention because I've got lost in your work, neglecting mine. The Tao says, do not neglect your work for others' work, but it's okay because I move on the fly. So I've created a life where I have the freedom to do that. What I'm telling you is it's a different mindset from where you say, I wake up every day, I have to be somewhere for 4 or 5 hours. I'm going to make what I need to cover my basic needs. I'm going to do that for 4 weeks or 4 months straight. And then I'm going to take my little bit of extra and enter a tournament, and I'm going to go somewhere with that. And I'm going to keep doing what the fuck I'm doing. I'm going to play 2 hours of poker at night after my job to keep my shit sharp. You got to run your inner space like a fucking machine. There's got to be a system. There's got to be a process. You got to manage your time, energy, and attention to where you're creating the results like a mechanized situation almost, you know, on some level. Then the rest of it is, you know, just kind of free, spontaneous interaction. But yeah, I believe in that for myself. Some folks need structure and direction, maybe all folks, but folks like me and you, I think we need structure and direction because it's the one thing we don't fucking like and can't stand. It's the one thing we need. We need structure and direction and habits that create success. Whether we see it short term or not, we know long term it'll happen, even if it's a marginal level of success. You know, you're still going to be better off than a lot of slaves who are drifting with no purpose and no meaning and no proper habits. So yeah, I just, again, if we can't go on the spiritual faith element, which is always there, one thing we could go on is the thoughts, emotions, and actions. Your thoughts are right. They're positive. They're realistic. You know what you could do. You see opportunity. You feel that motivation and inspiration. You complete a task or you put your energy and attention on something. You get a result and you stay consistent, you know, whatever that is. And then you live your life essentially as if you're already dead. There's no time to go wander around, to go to the club, to play games with these goofy bitches, to spend up money on nonsense. For what? I got my process. I got my program. Wes talks about it all the time. If you can find success in a cell, by the time you get to $1 billion, there's nothing left to do. For what? He's doing that. They do. You wind up doing that shit for everybody else, really, you know, and you just kind of say, well, I can do it now, but I'm more doing it for everybody else. I don't even need that shit. My program, my process, my inner state of beingness, my program for success outweighs the things that I even get from that at a certain point. Because that could all be taken away. That other shit, you can't take it. You could take me to a cell or anywhere else, and I'm still going to be able to generate that state of beingness. So I just see it as the habits, right? Like he says, stacking wins. You know, you stack wins by envisioning the goals and hitting them, completing tests, and generating results, and doing it over and over again to the point where you just start to feel successful. But you can't drift, and you can't go back on your commitments, and you can't say one thing to yourself and others and then do something else and break your word to yourself and others. So that's just what I'm seeing. I'm trying to tell you what I'm seeing with you and myself and a lot of us. And I think you're bound for success like anybody else if you manage your time, energy, attention correctly, and then your resources once you get to them. And you have to know that you're good enough, right? That you're worthy, you're valuable, you're an attractive being. We've seen all that at different times. You're funny. You have a level of intellect and intelligence. You have a spiritual essence to you. You have everything you need, man. There's no excuses here. You have everything you need. You're everything you need to be. You're worthy. You're valuable. You have what it takes to be successful. The problem with you is you don't apply yourself, and you don't run your inner space like a business and like a machine. And you got to start working on doing that. We all do. I'm talking to me as much as I'm talking to you. So, let me get the fuck out of here, man. I gotta create a broadcast. We got to get to a broadcast. If you want to do yours, I'll restream it. We'll compete a little bit. But ultimately, man, I don't,
I'm going to be,
go ahead.
I'm going to sell action for the poker tournament. You're going to shit on it. I'm going to show my poker graph.
Why do you even give a fuck about what I'm going to do about it? You didn't learn nothing with Anton? You were sitting there this morning bragging about viewers in one breath, and the next breath going, I embarrassed myself. Well, you can't have cognitive dissonance, right? You got to the viewers however you had to get to it because you want attention and validation desperately, even if it's negatively. So who gives a fuck anyway? Right? Oh, it is going to be more conversation, more energy, more attention. And what you do with that's going to be on you. Do you feel competent and capable? If you don't, well, then get there.
Talcott, I'm taking Talcott's time slot now.
There is no time slot, bro. You make your own time slot. My time slot is whenever the fuck I want. And if I perceive that there's an interference with that, and there's some broadcasters that are mediocre and wasting everybody's time, I pop up and I start mixing it up a little bit. Call it ego or whatever you want. I'm open to whatever comes forth. You want to make a fool out of me and embarrass me with the truth? Go ahead and do it. Your power is always in the truth. Hey, Paulie boy, I'm staying consistent. I got 15 viewers, but I'm just doing what I know how to do and trying to take it somewhere. Why are you showing up to be a prick? I really can't say nothing after that. I mean, I'll always say something. I'll always talk that shit, but ultimately everybody knows, right? So you got to know you, and you'll know other selves, and you'll know where your power is and where it's lost. And you'll respond accordingly.
Yeah, well said, man. All right, well, I'll see you when you're restreaming me to 0 viewers. Just talking to myself anyways, huh? I start something.
Well, that's the beauty of it, is that there's always, it's a double-edged sword. If I'm restreaming you, then I'm, taking people away from your channel short term, but long term, more people are viewing you. So if you make it interesting and endearing when I'm not around, then people are going to still springboard back to you. You got to know short game, long game in every situation. Okay, I got 3 viewers here on my channel because they're all over at Paulie Boys. I could get in my ego and fuck myself up, or I could go, hey, I'm just going to be me and do what I do and make an interesting interaction if it is. If not, I'm going to fall flat, embarrass myself. Either way, people are going to love you, love to hate you. You're still in the conversation. You're still in their daily routine. You're still being part of their habit. So then when I'm not there and you do broadcast, it goes from 15 to 30 to 45 to 60, even if they don't know why they're there. You don't think there's oftentimes people are at these broadcasts, don't even know themselves why they're there and why they stay, but they stay? So, I mean, again, this is how sick and twisted it is. You're worried about numbers. If you just stay consistent, you're guaranteed to get some. And then what are you going to do with it? And then how are you going to reflect on that? That everybody's addicted to a fucking metaverse and trying to create a community to replace the one they don't have in their life. So, yeah, ultimately, if you're going to chase anything, chase what feels good and right to you, what entertains you, what interests you. By proxy, everyone else will either have to like it or love it, because you're still going to be there watching at some point, if not directly from you, me restreaming. Either way, you're in their beingness. They're not going to forget about you.
just want to spoon that guy that was fucking had the hookers and blow sign.
So you want to kind of go? You want to try that out for a while? Hookers and blow with the cup. See how it goes.
He was just laying there.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I think you just stumbled on it, O'Shea, in your comedic genius. That's our bit for today's restream. So I'm gonna go prepare. I'm gonna get some breaking news articles together, and then I need you to get a sign together that says male hookers and blow. All right. And then get the cup. That's a small investment. And then we're going to do man on the street to see reactions of people as they walk by and see your sign. Please donate for male hookers and blow. And that'll be kind of interesting and funny. And then maybe you can do something with it, right? If people walk up, they say something, then you love the game of semi-humiliating yourself, self-deprecating, and also turning it into something possibly funny and entertaining. You love that game. So, yeah, male hookers and blow with the cup, and then you just kind of rapping with the people. And I bet you get some contributions from the people off the street.
Can I put it on this? Can I phrase it like this? Male and period blowjobs question.
Right. Whatever you want to do. Because the great thing about this bit is we can always reinvest and change the sign. It's like cardboard is cheap. So whatever you want to do, creative freedom with that. But that's a good bit.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna do that.
You're not gonna do it?
No, I don't think I'm gonna do that one. I mean, I'm not saying you can't.
Okay, so this is what I mean. So you're like one of these actors. You want to be rich and famous, but then I say, okay, you got to play the male hookers and blow role. And, I'm too good for that. See, you call yourself a comedian, right? You want to like be a comedian, actor, the whole thing, and then I give you the part in the role, and you can't play it because you can't get out of your own ego. You're too good to do male hookers.
These comedians, the black comedians, they rise up, they get some buzz, and then all of a sudden they want to put them in a movie with a dress on. Fuck's that all?
Wait a second. You think this is an Illuminati ritual? No, this is a funny bit. As if you don't say regularly you're a gay man. And where it's somewhat believable because I feel like it's more a therapeutic confession than it is
everyone has a bisexual phase at some point in their life. I mean,
all right, so like what exactly is your problem with just saying male hookers and blow? That's a bit because I really don't want male hookers and blow unless you want male hookers and blow.
Well,
and if you want that, it's cool. I'm not down on that.
But I mean, I'm down to things, but I just. I mean, I'm open to pretty much anything, but I'm just kind of, just get off in this hole. I mean, let's just humiliate O'Shea and then see what he throw out ideas.
Okay, I see that's humiliating, right? So you don't think I'd go out and do male hookers with blow sign because it's funny? That's what you think this is humiliation to you? You're too good for that. Well, comedian boy is too good to humiliate himself for the comedy, for his art, right?
I mean, I'm sure I could turn it into something funny. I'm just kind of
yeah. I mean, it is just a sign. Does the sign have that much power over you? It's words on a piece of cardboard. You that powerless? You know what? I'm going to perfect this bit too. You want to waste this? Just like the fucking Spider-Man idea, the balloon animals. I'm going to go do hookers and blow, male hookers and blow sign, and I'm going to do better than you because you suck at everything. How about that?
Can we just put I make more money than you do. I'll put up $100.
No, because you're so powerless to the fucking cardboard and what's written on it that you can't even do the bit for your art comedy because you feel so humiliated. Maybe comedy's not for you. Maybe your heart's not in it.
All right, how about we both do it? You get humiliated playing me in poker, and I get humiliated with the cardboard sign.
All right, I'm gonna go eat something. Let's just see how far the numbers drop. If I just
I don't have to say anything, dude. I don't have to go around. I don't even need my face on this fucking thing. I don't have to walk around. I can be silent. The numbers will fucking stay jacked up. People are weird. Whatever, dude. I can leave if I want. I don't have to fucking stay here. I'm not fucking chained to this fucking stream. Look at the numbers and shit. I didn't even look at the chat. I'm sure they fucking hate me. Like someone was saying, fucking. When they go ham on someone, they get the whiff that falls against someone. like that old gangbang days. We just mob fucking beat the shit out of someone. We went against our boy. You know what I mean? Fucking town of Vegas. Taking my soul. I just feel my soul being floating out of my body in this fucking soul sucking energy vampire fucking town. Flip the script though. Save these motherfuckers. Lead them out of Vegas like fucking Moses. Lead the slaves out of Egypt. I'll go back and find that bartender chick. We could just fucking have some babies. You know, a piece of land and just say sayonara in this fucking city. Tired. Maybe Paul saved it this morning. I don't even know what I was going to talk about on the stream. I was fucking tired of shit. I was like, fucking stay consistent.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is this what your stream's going to be about? Dead silence? Because it's compelling.
That silence has been rambling. You guys hear it? Fuck, man. I muted or what's going on? You see the thing lighting up. See, they love this shit. I don't have to say much. They just love when I'm beaten down, broken. What the fuck, my self-esteem goes up a little bit.
You're playing a victim now? You're going into victim mode? You've been beaten down and broken?
No. Well, I mean, it's like, dude, it's like, well.
It's like, dude, you take no suggestions, do nothing to change your life, and then play the victim like Chow Cop. You know, because you want to like overnight celebrity like Twista. You don't want to put no work in. Manage your time, manage your attention. So like I come here to care for you, spend my time, energy, attention with you, try to work with you to become better because you're always whining and complaining. And then I'm beating you down for that, right? I couldn't have done enough.
That much.
Hey, bro, didn't I tell you, as stupid as it sounds to you, and maybe to anyone else, that when we were doing streams with you building shit in the back, that it was motivating me watching you, and it was inspiring me, right? And reminding me of certain shit, and that just having you there building shit made me feel good to know you were doing something for yourself and others, and being a symbol of me having to work along with you.
Yeah, I remember that.
You got a lot of opportunity, man. You know, for the longest time, you're older than me. You know how much of a pain in the ass it was going to make all these applications, applying, dealing with these interviews and these people. You got all these apps now where you just fucking go on there and they give you a job on the spot. You could be fucking grinding and getting to something for what you need and then spending the rest of your time perfecting whatever it is you're going to do. The comedy, the fucking poker, right? But how are you going to perfect poker or comedy or anything else if you don't have security in your life and you don't have your fucking needs covered? And you're you know, desperate in that sense.
That makes a lot of sense. I can't get away from those crickets on. Crickets living in my car, and there's fucking keeping me up at night. And then there's fucking crickets when I hit the stage.
O'Shea's got a cacophony of crickets that follows him around. It's like a comedian's worst nightmare. He goes, I don't know. Everywhere I go, I got a group of crickets that follows me.
It's like some sort of biblical fucking message.
It's a plague.
Sort of plague.
A plague was released on bad comedians. O'Shea, this is what I meant. Remember when I'd say to you, bro, you got something, you can get on stage. That's the hardest part, is getting on there, going past your fear. You can do it over and over again, right? And then the rest of it is just working the damn material and working the room, staying consistent, right? Developing habits for success, trying new things, going past your fears and your boundaries within the room. So, it's like that with anything. You got to show up every day, do a little bit of what you know how to do, add something on day by day extra, and then try new stuff out on the job training. I think you'll get to something. And then too, man, you got to fucking market yourself in that game. That's why I don't do anything. I'm a lot like you, because I don't want to have to fucking create sizzle reels and, promote. That's the yurt person without hair now. Oh, see, I always talk shit about hair until people lose their hair. Then I go, yurt person's got to go back to hair. Right? He looks. See, I don't know. I can't pull the hair off. Yurt fellow pulls the hair off, the man bun. It's exquisite on him. So I think I prefer. But maybe it's one of those things where at first it's shocking because you're not used to it, and then you get used to it. But yeah, I think yurt fellow is. He definitely makes the man bun look good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And good afternoon to everybody. I mainly just came up to say, Bryan, I just don't understand you, man. Because I can see a lot of the angles, but I don't really have the courage a lot of time to pursue them or the time. But you seem to have an abundance of those two things, courage and time. But then why not take some of these angles that Paul was telling you?
Which one, the balloons or the blowjob sign?
I mean, any of them, really. But I mean, the costume thing sounded funny. That'd be hilarious.
Pirate. Fucking polyester pirate suit in the middle of this heat.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, you got to go for it, right? But that's what I see with you. I'm always like, you have the balls to do the things, but then. Is it a lack of?
I'll do anything, but
Okay, so we'll do another bit then, since you don't want to wear a polyester suit in the heat. You could be Tarzan. Very low investment. You just need a loincloth, right? And a vine. So you get a loincloth and a vine. Who are you? What is this? I'm Tarzan. All right, that's a great. It's a
That'd
great
be so
opening.
funny. That'd be so funny, dude.
And then you could, work the bit. Hey, you want to swing on my vine? I don't know.
Yeah, I got to compete with 900 other fucking idiots out there. We're going to try to shank me.
Bryan Oshea. You're going to do Tarzan better than everyone.
Yeah, then I started making some money, and the other Tarzan guy fucking says I'm
breaks your kneecaps.
Yeah.
Well, I like how you can see all the possibilities of failure in that scenario, but not see the possibilities of failure in the gambling scenario, the homelessness scenario, the comedian scenario.
Fucking yurt. It's bad enough taking it from Paul. The fucking yurt's fucking pudgy ass got to come up here and give me the business as well.
I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you just do male stripper then? This way you get like an entree into being creepy and weird and it being acceptable. You put a little bow tie on around your neck. You get like some shorts going like Party Boy. They said you look just like Pontius and you got that energy. So lean into it. Now you're the fucking naked cowboy Party Boy and you're a male stripper. So you're on the strip. People are going to say, who are you? What are you? And you're male strip and you got some music going and you get to push up on some women too and be creepy and awkward like you like to do. And they might roll with it. Somehow it becomes acceptable for a few moments.
Fuck, dude. I don't know why I'm going live. I think I just went live. Fucking good, dude.
Well, not to keep piling on you, Bryan, but I just don't get it, man. You seem to really sort of respect Paul here and all that, and he gives you great advice, and you seem to have a lot of respect for him.
Hold on.
Take his advice. Why don't you listen to him? If you respect him and.
Oh, hold on, my bad. I was echoing for a second. But Bryan, if you wanna do something like that on the strip, man, you gotta work in your body, man. There's Chippendale type niggas out there.
No. That's the point. You're bad advice. The bit is he's the one who doesn't work on his body. So that's why it's funnier, because he's doing Chippendale, but it's like if I did it. Right? That's what makes it funny.
But I thought he wanted something out of it, not just to be laughed at.
Right.
I missed it. Hello?
Hello? I'm on my laptop now. I'm live streaming this for some fucking unknown reason.
Where are you at now?
Right. You want to do an intro or something?
We don't do that over at my channel. We just, just whatever, man. We do fucking intros, thumbnails. Keep it raw and real, you know what I mean?
Right. So I don't understand. I just looked and realized the guy calls Rob a gay N-word, and then he goes and makes his profile picture of him as pretty much a transsexual.
Right.
All right, let's get some final words. I got to do a regular broadcast, and then I got to get on with the rest of my day, whatever that's going to look like.
All right. Well, thanks for having me. Thanks for the motivation. And yeah. Thanks for being here, Yurt. That was great hearing your suggestions. I sound satirical, I know. I'm ready to fight. People said I'm ready to fight. All right. Well, see you later.
No, I'm going to listen to you. He's restreaming, I think. I'm going to listen to you while I prepare, Bryan Oshea.
Always a pleasure, Paul. Thank you. I think you need to go full, and I've been saying this in the chat, I think you need to go full Don Corleone mode. And people need to come at you one time with their hands bearing gifts and seek your counsel and advice. I think you've made yourself too accessible to these people. They don't value it. We got all these morning shows now, which is just gonna, the wars are coming. The morning show wars are coming. And I think you're above it. So that's my advice. And if you need a consigliere Tom to sort of filter people in and out, I have some moderating ability and loyalty, these qualities. And, think it could work.
Well, I've extended that offer to you, Yurt fellow. So you're echoing my sentiment, right? Be there. When I'm there, if you're aware of it. I don't really have too much of a set schedule, but, be there. Do what you do, and we'll see where it goes. I like having you there, Z. There's, a handful of folks who I think bring value. They bring a perspective and a discernment, and they're pretty good communicators, if nothing else. So, yeah, let me get on it. I'm going to prepare. We'll do some breaking slave news, maybe some Watson if we want to take it anywhere else.
Cool.
If not, that's my official broadcast, right? At this time. Cool. At this point. So, all right. I'll see you over there.
Man, talk to you later, dude.
All right, brother. All right, folks, I'm going to get to it. I'll see you over there. No need for an official outro. Bye.